We'll start out this meeting with my normal disagreement between my cell phone and the clock on the wall. It's 8:30 and we're going to start despite what the clock says. So welcome and good morning to everybody to the September 24th, 2025 meeting of the Natural Resources Board here in Madison. I mentioned this last month at our meeting and I will again. Apologies to those people that were expecting us in Door County this month. We had very good intentions, but we're taking a very conservative approach to fiscal uncertainties for the department and conservation in Wisconsin. And the board elected to do our share by pulling in our outstate meetings or out of Madison meetings that are more expensive in terms of time and travel. So we're here in Madison, happy to be here, but I wanted to, again, apologize to people that were expecting us to be somewhere else. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance to our great nation. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the States of America, to the republic which stands, nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'll now call our hybrid meeting of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board to order. Hybrid in the sense that some of us are here in person and some of us are virtual. One of our board members, Doug Cox, will be virtual this morning, trying to balance scheduling conflicts, and the virtual appearance allows him to be present with us today, and that's a very helpful technology. We'll have other presenters on virtually as well. I have a few reminders and introductory comments before we go to the agenda. Most importantly, please turn off your phones and any other devices that might interrupt the meeting, and please minimize background noise. Participants online, please make sure you're muted and your videos turned off until your item is announced. Note, there's sometimes a delay in the Zoom broadcast, and it is easy to talk over one another, and as previous meetings, I'll probably demonstrate that once or twice today. So just be conscious of that. Our meetings are also televised live via YouTube. We welcome and thank all viewers for tuning in. Records of our past meetings are available for review on the DNR website under Natural Resources Board Briefs of Action. Direct public involvement and open, transparent meetings are the foundation of how this board has operated for over 50 years and how we strive to operate here today. Our board discussions and decision-making are transparent to all, and public testimony is welcome at every regularly scheduled Natural Resource Board meeting. To ensure equal and fair time for all, we have this little light system that I explain at every meeting. There's 3 minutes allowed for each presentation. The green light is go, the yellow light's caution that you're getting near the end of your 3 minutes, and when the red light goes on, you've exceeded your 3 minutes, and I'd like you to summarize quickly and close out your comments at that point. I'll remind you of that if I get the opportunity. I also want to mention that 3 minutes is a very tight limit for some people, and the board welcomes your written comments. Oftentimes, there's a lot of detail and a lot of background information that would really enhance what you have to say to the board, and you just can't get it all done. So if you can supplement with written materials, we receive those, and they're often very helpful to the board. I want to say thank you to Secretary Karen Yun and your leadership team for support of the board, your commitment and our commitment to enhance collaboration between department, board, and all the citizens that we serve. And thanks to our issue presenters, DNR Information Technology, Office of Communications, General Counsel, and all the support staff that make these meetings possible. Your time is valuable. We appreciate your support very much. I always individually recognize Ashley Bistel, our board liaison. Ashley provides us tremendous administrative support, and she is your for citizens, she's your primary contact for communications with the board. Thank you, Ashley. Lastly, I thank all employees, citizen volunteers, and conservation partners of the Department of Natural Resources for your commitment and tireless work to protect and enhance our natural resources and to serve all the citizens of our great state. Board members, any questions or comments? Hearing none. Ashley, please call the roll.
Robin Schmidt.
Here.
Rachel Baresa.
Present.
Doug Cox.
Here.
Deb Desso.
Present.
Jeff Hastings.
Present.
Eddie Schockner.
Present.
And Bill Smith.
Okay, I'd like to say welcome to Doug. We can hear you loud and clear. Glad you're able to join us this morning. And also recognize that we have a quorum and we can move ahead with our business. Secretary's remarks. Karen.
Great. Thanks, Bill. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming in today. I have been continuing a busy month of working to promote the work of the department and working to enhance and build partnerships across the board. Some of the things that I've been working on this month are I got to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Green Tier, which is a great program that celebrates businesses, certain small set of businesses that go above and beyond their regulatory compliance work. We recognize Viridian Homes, which has been in the program for 20 years. Here in Madison, it was a great little event with all of sort of their leadership and staff team that are here in Madison that build homes. They do a lot of good clean water work with partners. So really interesting partnership we've had for a longstanding partnership. I was invited to the Environmental Council of the States, which is my air and water counterparts from the other states, to moderate a panel on PFAS destruction and disposal, which is a problem that's challenging all the states across the United States. So really interesting panel with EPA, my Minnesota counterpart, and some people from the industry that are working on these issues. Minnesota in particular has put out an RFI to companies that want to help them dispose of some of the standing foam that they have and put out their data collectively on how well their technologies can dispose of and destruct some of the PFAS chemicals in that foam. So I'm really looking forward to seeing those results and hoping to try to bring some of that information back home here. I got to speak at the Wisconsin State Bar Environmental Annual Law Update. So that was really interesting. Group of people that are really interested in the work we're doing, especially the rulemaking work that you guys embark on, particularly around PFAS and some of our environmental contaminants and ozone in particular. So that was a good discussion. And I've met with, in my work efforts to try to engage tribes more, I met with President Holsey at Stockbridge Muncie and President Johnson at Lac du Flambeau. So building some good relationships there. and got to do some great site visits this month. I went to Horicon Marsh for the first time. What a beautiful, amazing place. I hope the public gets to go out there, especially if you have kids and go to the Explorium downstairs. It's really incredible, really fun, and you just get to learn about the history of that place. And then last week, spent time with the governor and the cabinet, both at Lake Ngasa and Potawatomi State Parks for our day of service to commemorate 9/11 and also to do an annual event called Cabinet on the Road in Door County. So it's been busy, but really good, important work. Glad to show off the work of the DNR to my colleagues here in the state government. Back to you, Bill.
Thank you, Karen. You continue to be extremely busy. I'm glad I heard some very enjoyable visits kind of woven into the work
Yeah.
schedule you're on. Okay, next item is approval of the agenda for September 24, 2025. Are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes.
Okay, hearing none, request a motion to approve the September agenda.
Approve. Make that motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve from Robin. Is there a second? Second from Jeff. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Thank you, Doug. I've already stomped on you with the delay in Zoom, so hopefully that'll be my warning shot. I'll behave. Okay, with that, we'll move ahead on the agenda. The agenda is approved. Number 2 is a consent agenda. This is a long one. I'll keep my water close by. Number 1, item 2A, approval of the brief of action from August 13, 2025. Item 2B, acknowledgement of donation. Friends of Creeks donated $24,000 to the Bureau of Wildlife Management to fund educational signage, program expenses, as well as road and parking lot improvements within the Creeks Meadows Wildlife Area. Item 2C, acknowledgement of donation. The Paul E. Stry Foundation will donate $25,000 to the Bureau of Natural Heritage Conservation. This donation will be used for restoration and management at state natural areas in the Driftless area. Item 2D, acknowledgement of donation. The Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin will donate $26,907.09 and $21,830.13 for Southern Kettle Moraine State Natural Areas and Baraboo Hills State Natural Areas, respectively. These donations will be used to manage habitat at the state natural areas. Item 2E, acknowledgement of donation. The Friends of Belmont Mound State Park donated the purchase and installation of benches and signage valued at $17,765.09. This donation will be used to increase visibility and accessibility of trails at Belmont Mound State Park. Item 2F, acknowledgement of donation. The Friends of Yellowstone Lake State Park donated a restoration project valued at $16,402. This donation will be used to support remnant prairie restoration at Yellowstone Lake State Park and Yellowstone Savannah State Natural Area. Item 2G, acknowledgement of donation. The Friends of Peninsula State Park donated the construction of the second phase of the purpose-built mountain bike trail system, valued at $725,000. This donation will be used to complete the final approximately 11 miles of the trail system. Item 2H, Fox Valley, this is another acknowledgement of donation. The Fox Valley chapter of Trout Unlimited donated $34,000 to the Bureau of Fisheries Management to fund an LTE work crew and support our trout stream habitat improvement projects in Waushara and Waupaca counties. Item 2I, request the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for Board Order NH 825 for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 40 related to invasive species. Item 2J, request the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for Board Order NH 4-25 for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 12, 16, 19, 21, 22, 27, 40, and 45 related to amphibian and reptile regulations. Item 2K, request the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for Board Order FH 1025 for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 20, 21, 22, and 23 related to interpretation of possession limits between the boundary waters between Wisconsin and neighboring states and the inland and outlying waters. Any questions from the board? I'm glad we got to the end of that list. I think I'm running out of capacity.
And I think it's almost every board meeting we comment how impressive it is of the list of the donations and the public probably doesn't realize, but the chair and the secretary both send out letters of appreciation and but when you know some of those chapters for them to raise, $25,000, that's a lot of fundraising to come up with that. So I think it's well worth the time to acknowledge those donations and it's pretty impressive.
You're absolutely right, Jeff. And in these times of fiscal uncertainty, those donations are critical to fill gaps in program delivery and gaps in some of our properties and the management of those. And the commitment and the generosity of our partners is absolutely overwhelming. I added these up this time because the numbers were big and there were many of them. Today, we're going to acknowledge donations in the amount of $890,000, 904 cents and $904.31. So that's a big lump for 1 month in the year. Other comments from the board?
Yeah, I guess I'll just add to that is, visiting and going to some of the local meetings where you get to meet the people and the groups that are so passionate about their local area. And then also how the department staff is always involved in working with them and that collaborative relationship that they have with their fisheries biologist and all of those partners. And so yeah, admire those citizen participants greatly and appreciate their efforts and donations.
Thank you, Rachel.
I'd just like
Patty?
to say that, where would our parks be without them? It's just incredible, the amount of work and time and energy and money that they're able to do and bring in for our parks and how more people should really know about all the work that they're doing. So I'm we're lucky to have them.
Yeah. Thank you, Patty.
I keep looking up geographically where each of these parks are with that motivation to be able to go and check them out and enjoy them in the same way that we'll never, I can't enjoy that person's park as much as they do, but at least as a token of appreciation and respect.
It's that kind of attitude and teamwork that really bring a lot of visitors to the state of Wisconsin to enjoy the resources that we have. It makes it special.
I would
Deb.
I would totally agree. And going through all these in preparation for the meeting, I was just so impressed by the level of generosity.
Mhm.
And I don't know if other states have the same kind of, relationship that we have with all of these foundations and organizations. It's so impressive.
Very well said. Any other comments? With that, I'd request a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Got a motion to approve from Patty. Is there a second?
Second,
Second from Deb. Any further comments? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say, thank you, Doug. Opposed, say no. The motion carries. We have no items under 3. We'll move on to action items under 4. Item 4A, request the board adopt Board Order WM 1724, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 10 related to the 2025 Wildlife Management Spring Hearing Rule. Just as a comment, this was the rule package that we heard in June and decided to delay to September for further outreach from staff. And we have Scott Carroll, Wildlife Regulation Policy Specialist. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith, Secretary Young, members of the board. I'm here this morning to request adoption of WM 1724, which is our wildlife management spring hearing rule. So just to recap, we're at the final adoption phase of the rulemaking. The board approved a scope statement in December of 2024. We went out, this was part of our recent public hearing, as part of the spring hearings in April, and we're back now seeking full adoption. So just to recap, as Bill mentioned, we did bring this rule in June of this year. The rule would do 4 essential things. So as part of the spring hearings, we asked a series of questions that would be essentially rule changes. And what these questions asked were, would the public support allowing non-edible parts of a deer, bear, or elk to be left in the field when the animal is quartered, so that they could just bring out the edible parts? There is additionally a separate closing date to the fall turkey season in zone 6 and 7. Those are our 2 northern areas. That was done initially out of an abundance of caution for how turkeys would do in that area. Since then, we've known that turkeys have done quite well in that area, and there's no need to close the fall season down a couple weeks earlier than the southern part of the state. So we want to create a uniform season in the fall for turkey. Next is allowing the use of technology to check traps. I'll go into that one shortly, since that is the item that had the most discussion at the June board meeting. And then finally, to allow hunters with disabled permits to hunt during the 2-day youth gun deer season. So currently, youth hunters are allowed to hunt statewide during the period in October. There's a weekend in October where they can hunt with a firearm statewide. Right now, also, these dates are overlap partially, but there is a 9-day disabled deer hunt, but that has specific rules where there has to be a sponsored property. They have to sign up. They have to go onto the sponsored property, and then they can use firearms for people who have their disabled permits. What we've heard is that a lot of disabled hunters just want to hunt on their own property. And so what we thought, well, there's a 2-day period where there's a lot of people out with firearms regardless. So what would be the harm if we let people with disabled permits to hunt statewide during that same 2-day period as the youth season? So that was also a part of the questions. All these questions received north of 60% support from the public input at the April spring hearings. So we brought them forward in June as part of a greater proposal. So as Bill mentioned, we had some discussion last time, or in June, about the trap technology portion of this. And when we initially proposed the question as the spring hearing, we were under the impression that traps had to be checked in person. That was the standard. We had communicated with the public for many years. And what we had heard was that other states were starting to allow the use of certain technologies to meet those trap checking requirements. So we thought, hey, this would be something that maybe trappers would be interested in the state. So we proposed it as we were allowing this for the first time. What we have said, as I mentioned in June, what we learned is that our current rules can't prohibit the use of technology. So this is technically allowed now, but there are no standards of how that technology can be used or how an individual can use technology to check traps. So what we decided was to move forward with this rule proposal because there was some discussion at the Conservation Congress annual delegation. They didn't support it initially, but we continue to move forward with that in mind of this is allowed anyway. We'd rather have standards in place than no standards at all. So in the discussion of June, the board asked us to table this item until today and do additional outreach on this specific question. I want to tell the board what we did since then. So initially, we met virtually with leaders from the Wisconsin Conservation Congress, the Wisconsin Trappers Association, and we walked through exactly how we got here, how we came about with the fact that we believe that trap checking with technology can now be used and what the rule would do. So we walked really line by line what the rule would require in order for an individual to be able to use technology to check a trap with a camera or a drone or something along those lines. We then kind of let them think about it for a little bit while we continued our outreach. So then our fur bearer specialist, Sean Rossler, went and attended the WCC Fur Harvest Committee, did the same kind of presentation about what this rule change would mean, what is in the rule. myself attended the WTA, Trappers Association's District 10 rendezvous. I did this, same presentation, a lengthy discussion about this specific item. Sean also attended a different district rendezvous, District 10 or 11. Oh no, it was 10. And then he also attended the statewide rendezvous. And so all the trappers get together once a year for the WTA statewide rendezvous, did the same presentation. Ultimately, the WTA decided to not take a position on this rule proposal, which I think just goes to show there's not a consensus out there about what this means or whether or not they should support it or not. They're part of their, when I was doing this presentation, I felt like there was a big openness to this, but there's this concern from trappers about how these things are used ethically. And I think the biggest thing I heard was that they're afraid that somebody is going to not be ethical when they're using this technology. And when I walked through the rule, I felt like those concerns were assuaged, or they were less concerned about it, knowing that they had to meet all these things in order to use the technology. And if they can't, they're back to in-person trapping. So I felt like we made some progress there. And ultimately, the WTA just chose not to take a position on it. So we've done a lot of work. We're back here today. I wanted to report on the work we've done. And ultimately, leave it to the board to decide where we go from here. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Let's hold our questions. We have one speaker signed up for today, and I'd like to go to that, and then we'll have the opportunity for questions and discussion from the board. Again, we have one speaker signed up, Rob Bowman, Wisconsin Conservation Congress Chair. Rob, I see on the screen. Can you hear us all right?
I can. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Welcome, Rob.
Very good. Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Smith, Secretary Hune, and Natural Resource Board members. It's a pleasure to come before the board today as Chair of the Conservation Congress and have the opportunity to follow up with some of the business conducted by the Congress at our annual convention back in May. As I testified at your meeting in June, the delegation reviewed and registered their support for all but one of the DNR advisory questions. I stated that the Congress did not support question 2, which was allow the use of technology traps, and I'd asked the board to table this rule so the department could engage in further discussions with our Fur Harvest Committee and the Wisconsin Trappers Association and address the concerns that they had regarding this proposal. I want to thank the department for reaching out to both our Fur Harvest Committee and the Trappers Association and addressing their concerns. Both parties didn't sound like they were opposed to this moving forward. So we met last week, Wednesday, with the district, with our executive committee, and we had took a position to support this rule moving forward. So I ask that the board approve or support Board Order WM 1724. That's before you today.
Thank you, Rob, and also thank you for your suggestion to delay this for further discussion. We may not have reached total consensus in the trapping world, but I think the level of knowledge and understanding of this is much better than it was in June, and it's really a result of your suggestion, so thanks. Questions from the board?
Chairman?
Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Rob, good to see you.
You too, Doug.
So did the Fur Harvest Committee and the Trappers Association folks kind of come to consensus because of the additional information they received since June, or was it more related to, well, this rule is only clarifying what kind of things can be done because there's stuff already in place that allows technology to be used, as Scott presented to us. So is it kind of, they're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, or are they satisfied with the rule development?
They're satisfied with the rule development. The discussion I had with Ed Harvey and Scott Zimmerman, they weren't going to fight it. They know this is the future and moving forward, so they're being open-minded to let us move forward with this rule.
Okay, thank you.
Any more, Doug?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Jeff?
Yeah, I like the idea of leaving the carcass in the field. I just packed out an elk on Saturday and out west, and really appreciated the not have to 200 pounds of meat and a cape and a head. It was quite a few trips. So And as we sat there, the birds were flying in already to pick up the scraps. And I practiced this at home and I always put a monitor on my deer remains out in the field. And I'm amazed that the eagles, the hawks, the bobcats, the crows, even the deer seem to pay respect to the other, but that it's quickly taken care of in the field. So I think that's a great idea. But knowing that all these different animals are feeding off of this carcass, are we concerned at all about lead? I mean, is lead in those kind of, has it gone to the meat? Is it a concern that these animals are picking that lead up?
That's a good question. So ultimately, from a statewide population aspect, we're not concerned about, impact. We always give information about the potential negative impacts of lead out there on other animals. But ultimately, whether or not somebody is, we don't see this as being widely used, primarily just by people out in public lands. A lot of times people archery hunting, but we do see that as it could be something that is impacted. We would just continue with our lead outreach. I know we have a lead and venison item today. I think that's more about the human aspect of this, but ultimately, even if they're not packing that out, we know that wounded animals are going out, dying. Birds and other predators are picking at that item. There's that risk there. It's just making sure the public is aware of this and then letting them make the decision about what ultimately they use. But I don't see any wider impact on eagles or anything else if we allow this rule to people to quarter their deer barrel. It's going to be very minimally used by a certain amount of people deep out in public lands.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Patty?
I have a question. I just want to thank you for taking the time to take this topic and meet with the folks and get everybody on the same page and collaborate. And it just shows that just open communication solves problems.
Nope, it was definitely a good idea. I really enjoyed my time going out and talking, and you felt like you were having that connection about what is this actually doing? You were having a equal discussion, and people were learning and asking really good questions, and it wasn't just here it is, and we're going to move forward with it regardless.
Other questions, comments?
I just echo what Patty said. It builds trust to have those communications. It takes time away from other things, but it's really important and that time is well spent. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I guess it's time for a motion. Somebody want to offer a motion on this one?
I would move approval.
Robin moves approval. Do we have a second?
A second.
Rachel seconds. Any further comments? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Next item is 4B. Request the board adopt board order DG-3-23, proposed rules affecting subchapter 3 of chapter NR 812 to update, correct, and clarify existing code requirements and add requirements for new pump installations and water treatment and other specified code requirements. Marty Nessman, Private Water Supply Section Manager. Welcome, Marty.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, board members, Secretary Hund, for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am Marty Nessman, the Private Water Supply Section Manager in the Drinking Water and Groundwater Program. Here to ask the board's approval of DGO 323, revising Chapter NR 812, standards for well construction. We're at the approval stage, adoption of the final draft. 812 establishes standards for the construction of water wells, vertical heat exchange drill holes, the installation of pumps and water wells, abandonment of wells and drill holes. The rulemaking was initiated after discussions with the Private Water Advisory Council and the Wisconsin Water Well Association, and the focus of the revisions are on the requirements contained in subchapter 3, which have not been significantly updated since 1994. These revisions are not anticipated to have any economic impact, and the revisions will provide new options for well professionals and to provide effective protection of the sanitary condition of private water supply wells and the groundwater resource. will provide greater certainty for pump installers evaluating existing installations for compliance by improving the understandability of the rules for water storage tanks, reservoirs, hand pumps, and pills adapters. Also provides greater clarity on when an approval is required prior to performing drilling and pump installing work. I'll highlight some, but not all of the changes. So one of the things that the rule does is reduce the need for prior approval for well and pump equipment and above ground storage tanks. It also creates minimum standards for dewatering wells, which previously did not have any minimum standards. They required approval only if it's a high capacity well, dewatering well. It also clarifies standards for existing installations. To allow wells that had casing diameters smaller than the construction requirements at the time of the installation to remain in compliance for the purpose of pump work on existing wells and property transfer inspections. And it also includes many other changes that clarify the requirements for new and existing water well installations. A study group of licensed pump installers, well drillers, and other stakeholders was created to provide input. We met throughout all of last year. The study group consisted of well professionals from across the state, including members of the Water Well Association. I thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Marty. We have no public speakers for this item, but I would like to mention the board received written comments from the Wisconsin Water Well Association expressing support for both this item 4B and the item to follow 4C. I bring this up too, and I want to mention some very specific complimentary comments that was in this correspondence. The association was very complimentary of staff for the tone set, and the wording they used was to create a very strong partnership and shared ownership of the process and of the result, which is the code changes proposed here. So again, it communicates a very effective and very strong partnership between staff and the industry. And I think that you ought to be publicly commended for that, Marty. So thank you. Let's go on. Are there questions or comments from the board? Jeff?
Looks like a lot of work has gone into this, and normally I think this would probably, it looks like it's all ready to go. But unfortunately, I'm new to the board, and I just one thing I have some personal experience with A12, and my concern is variances variances granted by the department, specifically on table A on page 10. Most of these are distance setbacks, and a couple of years ago, we had a developer come into our township wanting to develop next to the landfill. You know, I don't know how many township landfills there are in the state, but there must be thousands of these old landfills, and as we all know, these landfills were, you know, hard to regulate and contain tons of things that probably should never have been placed in those landfills. But there's a provision here, or a recommended 1,200-foot setback of wells next to these landfills. And I was surprised to find out that the state could make a variance for this 1,200-foot setback without going to the township first to see if this is a permissible, or my point is the township's liable for these landfills, and to give a variance to a developer or a landowner to build closer to these landfills without consulting the landfill, or without consulting the township, doesn't seem appropriate. You know, the state's not going to take over the liability of that landfill, you know, if someone's well is contaminated. So I would like to see, you know, some kind of statement or verbiage that would say that the state shall not grant any variances, you know, like from table A or whatever, without first consulting the parties involved that are most liable, for this.
Well, we didn't change any of the setbacks and we didn't really change any of the requirements for a landfill variance. We reorganized that section, but all of the requirements remain the same. If someone is asking for a variance, we do contact the person who was responsible for the landfill. It's not necessarily ahead of time, but we do copy them and there is an appeal right to the variance.
Yeah. Well, I was surprised that, so I'm an old conservationist. So back in the 80s, smart growth and all those things, you know, and we hired a consultant to work with the townships. And really, this was one of the things that we used to motivate townships to develop ordinances was you've got a landfill, you're liable for it, you should have some protection. But so a number of the townships actually took it up and put maybe 2,000 feet in their ordinance. But I was surprised again to see that the state could supersede that. And they could grant a variance closer than what even the township had in their ordinance.
Yeah, well, there's two different things here, though. We're issuing a variance to construct a well, not anything to build. You know, if someone's actually building a house or already has a house within 1,200 feet, you know, it's hard not to give them variance to have a well.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, but new development, he was proposing to put houses right within 100 feet of the old landfill. And the town chair told me, he said, yeah, when we closed that landfill, we had to bring the excavator over to push the batteries in. And we know that landfill is on crevice bedrock and it's dug down tube at that to get the most they can get in for the landfill. So I feel pretty strongly that, and I apologize for coming in late with this. I'd like to have been, you know, and that's my own fault. But I'd like to have been involved earlier on, but I feel pretty strongly that the state shouldn't be giving variances trumping the local authority.
Jeff, your question's very significant and legitimate, I think. It seems to be a little bit outside the parameters of this particular rule change and the decision before the board. Something you might want to pursue outside of this particular board meeting with staff a little bit farther and get into the details of how that happens and what it means. And it may be something the board would want to address in the future.
Okay.
Can I?
Possible, Karen?
Yeah, we're happy to get you a briefing on that particular issue that you're raising with our team, and what was done and what the decision making was.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Robin.
Well, and just as a follow-up though, you must have some criteria that you use in deciding whether or not to grant a variance. And so
Yes.
do you feel like that is protected? Because there's two things here. It's the liability of the municipality. It's also protecting the individuals who want to use that water and assume that they're going to be getting a clean water supply out of that. So can you just talk a little bit about the process you use for looking at those variance requests?
Yes, for landfill variances, we do have a hydrogeologist who reviews that application. They look at the information on the landfill, they look at the surrounding geology, depth of groundwater, what formations the groundwater's in. And they do often require additional protections for that well, based on comparable protections. So deeper casing, more grouting, sampling after the fact to make sure that the water is safe.
So there's a process, and Jeff, maybe you can get together with staff and compare the process to what you saw happen locally, and we'll see if there's something there that we need to proceed with.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board?
There was a hand up on the thing.
Patty, go ahead.
There was a hand up on the screen.
Oh. Jim, I see your hand up. I see you're observing the discussion. I know you're signed up under the open forum on some water supply issues, and I appreciate if you'd hold your comments until then. If they do relate to some of this, the board will be very interested in hearing from you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a town chairman, so we really have the same problem, so I can talk about it later as well. It's not why I came on today, but this is really impacting our township right now.
Okay, well, it's good to hear that unexpected reinforcement. We'll look forward to talking with you under open forum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from the board?
Chairman,
Doug, go ahead.
yeah, no questions or comments, but, well, I guess a comment. I appreciate Jeff's insight on this one, so I hope that briefing moving forward gets more information on this one. But in light of that, I'm gonna make a motion that we approve, that the board adopt Board Order DG 03-23.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Rachel. Any further discussion, questions, or comments? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Doug?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Those opposed signify saying no. Okay, hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Marty. Hold on, you're here for the next one as well. Item 4C, request the board adopt DG 4-23, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 146 related to water well driller, heat exchange driller, and pump installer licensing and registration, and drilling rig operator registration. Once again, Marty Nessman.
Thank you again, Chairman Smith, board members and secretary. This is the adopt the final draft rule for DGO 423. NR 146 does administer the licensing and registration of well drillers, pump installers, heat exchange drillers. These changes were initiated at the request of the Private Water Advisory Council and the Wisconsin Water Well Association to make changes to licensing, tuning education processes to try to increase the number of license holders while maintaining professional standards. We had a advisory committee that was created just for this rule and the other rule. They kind of work together to provide input on the training requirements for obtaining a license. None of these are anticipated to have an economic impact to small businesses or the regulated community. We believe the provisions will benefit the regulated community overall. So one of the things that this does is it modifies the number of hours of training required to qualify to become a licensed water well or heat exchange driller, and will provide new options for fulfilling training requirements. We added some specific heat exchange driller licensing that wasn't specified in code, but was required by the statute. We also modified some of the hours, reducing some where we could, and providing other options for people to get the training they need in order to apply for a well driller or heat exchange driller license. We're also clarifying the supervisor responsibilities. When someone is a supervisory driller, we're specifying what they have to know about what's going on with the projects they're supervising. We also provide a new framework for continuing education credits, expanding some topics and allowing some cross-training between the different license types. We're also adding a requirement to renew your license online unless you absolutely can't. There will still be an option for mail-in renewal. Last year, 75% of licenses were renewed online. So we think the industry is ready for this. And that's all I have. In addition, it also provides a grace period for license holders to earn continuing education credits before renewing your license, and requires license holders to renew their license online. I mentioned that. Thank you very much for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Marty. And again, we have no public speakers for this item, and the previously mentioned correspondence from Wisconsin Water Well Association applies to this decision item as well. Are there any questions from the board? Robin?
Yeah, and thank you for your time in chatting earlier about this, but I had a question about the heat exchange driller licensing training. Is that because, are we seeing like an increase in the number of heat exchange systems that are being installed? Is that kind of like a technology that's growing in here?
It grows sometimes and it contracts in others. When there's incentives to install, green energy, there tends to be greater interest in heat exchange systems. In the last 4 years, that seems to have increased quite a bit, but it really is a little bit incentive, if those incentives aren't there, tax breaks, et cetera, it tends to die down a little bit. So it is right now, but I don't know how long that's going to last.
And then just another question, and it's a concern I see in kind of more rural areas, especially with, small wastewater treatment plant operations and drilling operations. What are the challenges for recruiting people into these careers so that we can maintain the level of professionalism that we have out there?
There are a lot of challenges similar to other skilled trades. What makes well drilling a little unique is it's a little more, it's even harder work, I think, than some of the other skilled trades, and longer hours, especially in the summer. And it is a little more dangerous, I think, in some ways too. You're dealing with equipment that has hydraulics on it. There's water pressure, air pressure, large steel casings that you're trying to maneuver into place. So they've had a lot of challenges. We're trying to strike that balance between maintaining the high standard for getting a license and maybe not having as long a process to get that license as it have taken before.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Hearing none, time for a motion.
I would move approval to adopt DG 0423 proposed rules for chapter NR 146.
Robin moves approval. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Patty. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Marty.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 4D. Request the board approve the statement of scope for Board Order FWP 22-24 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 1, 5, 10, 11, 17 to 20, 26, 27, 45, and 51 related to minor changes to DNR property management regulations. This is the 2025 Property Management Housekeeping Rule. Meredith Penthorn, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Policy Specialist. Welcome, Meredith.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith, members of the board, and Secretary Hyun. My name is Meredith Penthorn, and I am a policy specialist with the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Division. And today we are asking for approval of our scope statement for the 2025 DNR Property Management Housekeeping Rule. So here's where we are in the rulemaking process so far. We're pretty early in the process. If you approve the scope statement today, we will be able to begin developing rule language for this rule. And the future rules really going to touch on some minor remedial updates to administrative code specific to DNR property management regulations. This board may have seen housekeeping rules in the past, so this overall concept is very similar. It's just addressing a broader suite of property management regulations across property types. We do not expect any economic impacts, and we don't expect any substantive changes to existing policy. These are very corrective updates. We're aiming to clarify provisions in administrative code, remove obsolete provisions, address inconsistencies, things like that. And again, we'll be developing rule language after we get the scope statement approved. We did hold a preliminary public hearing and comment period in July. We had no attendees at the preliminary public hearing, but we did receive one written comment, and that was really focusing on restoring generator operating hours at Northern Highland American Legion State Forest. It was kind of addressing some noise concerns up there. We do have noise-related regulations in administrative code, but we do not currently have any operating hour related regulations and administrative code. So this is really an operational issue that we are working to address on the ground locally, and applying specific operating hours for generators or other similar devices in administrative code would be a more substantive rule change. So not something we can address in this particular housekeeping rule. And I just wanted to show you a bit of what the current and previous rule language looked like. I apologize, the text on the screen's a little small, but the previous language addressed noise-making devices much as the current language does, but it specified that to operate a device that's going to produce a lot of noise, people would need to obtain a written permit from the department. Whereas current language, while still restricting noise-producing devices with a written permit, it also acknowledges newer technology that's a little quieter. So people who are operating devices that are not expected to cause a disturbance, they do not require written permits. But again, no specific generator operating hours in this code language, either previous or current. And with that, we again are asking for approval of the scope statement, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay, we have no public speakers and no written communication on this item. Any questions from the board? Doug, any questions?
No questions, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I just have one thing I'd like to mention. I read some of those letters about generator operation, and they were extremely compelling from people that came to the state parks for a wonderful outdoor experience. And rather than complain, rather than be a problem, they packed it up and left because there were generators operating right next door to their campsite. They were noisy, they were going all night long. I know it's a complicated issue. People rely on those generators for health equipment that they need, you know, life support type stuff actually. And it's hard to balance and reconcile that. Meredith, you put the language up there. In that language, it talks about getting a permit for noise producing or loud noise equipment. Do all the generators fall under that definition, or is there some discretion involved there about what's noisy and what isn't?
Yeah, there's a bit of discretion. So like you mentioned, technology's come quite a ways since the earlier days of generators. So there are some generators now that produce noise maybe a little bit above normal conversation levels. So those are very quiet, not likely to cause a disturbance. Generators that produce more noise that might be heard across campsites, those might be the types of devices that are more likely to need a permit.
Yeah. The other thing that was, you know, obvious in this was there was a lot of subjective judgment required as to when they had a problem, when they didn't, if somebody was complaining, if they weren't. Looks like a very difficult issue for both the campers, the people that need a generator, and for the property managers that are trying to referee this whole situation in an appropriate manner. So we're not going to settle it today. I would just like to encourage staff to continue to work on that and try and come up with more manageable solutions that are easier on our citizens and our visitors.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have some additional alternatives we're looking into with this, and down the road, we'll be pursuing another comprehensive DNR property management rule, so we could look at the issue again then as well.
Thank you.
So just,
Robin?
just to add to that, it'd be great to, as you talk about this issue, not specifically in this rule, but down the road, to have designated generator-free areas for campers I think that would be a reasonable thing to at least discuss with your advisory group, and public might appreciate it.
I think so. Other questions or comments on item 4D? Hearing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
I will move Board Order FWP 2224.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve from Deb. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Rachel. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Meredith.
Thank you.
Move on to item 4E. Request the board approve statement of scope for Board Order WA 1-25 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 660 to 679 pertaining to hazardous waste record keeping and reporting requirements, Canadian import-export operation codes and standards for spent refrigerants being recycled for reuse. Kate Strom-Heorns, Waste and Materials Management Bureau Director. Welcome, Kate.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith and Secretary Young and board members. I'm Kate Strom-Heorns, the Director of the Waste and Materials Management Program, and also online with us is Andrea Keller. She's our Hazardous Waste Section Manager. And we are here today to request your approval of, excuse me, the scope statement for WA 0125 that will allow us to start rule writing. And to start out, just a little background, Wisconsin DNR is authorized by the Environmental Protection Agency to manage the state hazardous waste program. Our state regulations must be analogous to federal hazardous waste regulations to maintain that authorization. All of the provisions in this scope statement are already effective at the federal level, and we're making these changes to include them in state code that would create consistency and hopefully reduce any confusion between the two. The rule would make changes related to the shipping documents or manifests for the transport of hazardous waste to treatment, storage, and disposal facilities. And under federal rules, those who ship and receive hazardous waste are required to use the e-manifest National Electronic Database for shipment tracking. None of these manifest report requirements are new, but what is new is that these records will be kept in the federal database, and this will reduce actual DNR record management and allow public access to view records in the federal system. So state adoption of this is mandatory to continue our authorization and would primarily be enforced at the federal level as it is their database. Also reducing conflicts and confusion among state and federal requirements. This rule would align U.S. import and export disposal codes and operations with changes made by Canada. Information will be consistent on U.S. and Canadian documents for the imports and exports of hazardous waste. And those codes are used to identify what's expected of the disposal process, and it would be marking why the waste is being shipped. And lastly, the rule would mirror federal requirements for managing spent refrigerants, which are certain hydrofluorocarbons or HFCs, when they're being recycled for reuse. This will affect recyclers and repairers of appliances and equipment that contain these refrigerants by requiring leak detection equipment, reducing emissions, and maintaining records associated with recycling waste HFCs. And we did hold a public hearing on this scope statement. We had 14 people attend and only one person did register in support, and we didn't receive any other comments. And so with that, I thank you for considering approval of the scope statement, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kate. And the board did not have any public speakers on this one, and we also did not receive any written communication on it. Are there questions from the board? Robin?
Just to clarify what I think I understand, so these regulations already occur at the federal level. The people being impacted by those regulations have to comply with those federal regulations right now, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Other questions or comments?
Yeah, Chair.
Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, kind of building on Robin's comment. So if it's federally enforced, does that mean the state doesn't do any enforcement of this? And it's all federal. Who does that at the federal level? EPA?
That, when I first mentioned that, with the e-manifest, it is their database and they would be enforcing that. They're not always in Wisconsin. They don't always have staff here. And so we would be working more closely with these facilities and hazard waste generators and things like that. So it's more so to have, our rules match up and ensure that we can continue our authorization with the federal level and also just work in partnership with them as well. So we definitely work very closely with EPA on this and stay in communication with them. So we just want to ensure that we have that consistency.
Other
Okay,
questions?
thanks.
I forget, do we have a motion on the record for this one yet? Then we need one.
I would move approval for the statement of scope for Board Order WA-01-25.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve from Robin. Is there a second? We have a
Second.
second from Jeff. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
Next item is 4F, land acquisition. Tishigan Wildlife Area in Racine County, Terry Bay, Director, Bureau of Facilities and Lands. Welcome, Terry.
Good morning, Chairman Smith, Secretary Yoon, and the rest of the board. Hope everything's going well this morning. Everyone got a good parking spot, I assume? All good. The department is requesting approval to acquire 34.39 acres of land located entirely within the project boundary of the Tishigan Wildlife Area for the bargain sale price of $327,000 from Ranke Homestead LLC. This acquisition will be funded with $60,000 coming from the North American Wetlands Conservation Act grant and the remaining $267,000 coming from the Warren Knowles Gaylord Nelson Stewardship Program. The parcel abuts department-owned land on two sides and has approximately a third of a mile of frontage on Tishigan Lake. It is accessed from a trail that starts in the department parking lot and runs on department-owned lands to the Ranke parcel. It is currently used by hikers and hunters and snowmobilers as part of a designated snowmobile trail. The parcel is currently open to the public for hunting as part of a larger voluntary public access lease. If acquired, it will remain open to hunting. It'll also be open for fishing, trapping, hiking, and cross-country skiing. Just a little bit about the Tishigan Wildlife Area. It consists of a rolling landscape with upland and wetland habitat with the Tishigan Marsh in the center. The Tishigan Marsh in pre-settlement times was part of the Fox River system and formed an extensive emergent marsh that supported a variety of wildlife species, including waterfowl, deer, muskrats, wetland birds, and songbirds. Today, Tishigan Marsh is the largest emergent marsh in Racine County. This would add to that as part of this acquisition. Also, with this acquisition, it'll improve our efficiencies for the management of the abutting property by allowing us to burn the entire ridge, woodland ridge area without having to put a fire break in between there, and obviously management with the adjacent property. With that, we're requesting the board approve the acquisition of 34.39 acres of land for Tishigan Wildlife Area in Racine County from Ranke Homestead LLC for the bargain sale price of $327,000. I did get a question about bargain sale price, and I just want to clarify that. That is a real estate term. So the property was appraised for $347,000. The owners of the property agreed to accept the price of $327,000 in real estate terms. That would be a bargain sale if they accept an offer below the appraised value.
Thank you for the
We
clarification.
weren't trying to spin it in breach.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you were selling something. Okay, we have no public speakers on this item and no written communication. Are there questions from the board?
Just a comment, Chair Smith.
Robin?
This is amazing, like an amazing property. And I think that, again, it's another sign of cooperation and partnership with citizens that they were willing to give you. And thank you for clarifying the bargain sale.
All the credit to our wildlife program and the local staff there and working with local property owners, finding mutual benefits and that, all the credit to that local staff.
And it gives additional access, water access as well.
Right.
So that, yeah.
Right.
Other questions, comments? I'd just say this is a particularly special opportunity coming from Racine County. It's not often we come across acreage available. It's in very high demand in this part of the state.
Southeastern part of the state, high population area, heavily used for everything that we had just talked about. It's a great acquisition.
Yeah. With that, could we have a motion, please?
So moved.
Patty moves approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
Rachel offers a second. Any further discussion from the board? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Terry. Now
Welcome.
you're up for item 4G.
Yep, thank you. Item 4G, the department is requesting approval to acquire 7.62 acres of land from Crossroads Enterprise LLC for Adams Station for $234,000. This land acquisition will be for the construction of a new forestry ranger station and will be funded with capital development funds. The existing forestry fire ranger station, which was constructed in 1940, is located on approximately 2.9 acres of land in the city of Adams. The size of the property and the age of the buildings no longer is sufficient for the size of the equipment and the number of staff stationed at the property. The subject property proposed for acquisition here for the new ranger station is commercially zoned site, also located on State Highway 13. The property will provide maximum visibility in both directions, which will allow safe access to State Highway 13 for the emergency vehicles. The new site is large enough to accommodate fire control vehicles and the required turning radiuses. The new ranger station will include heated storage shops, large enough for all the vehicles. Additionally, the ranger station will support offices for law enforcement or, public safety and resource protection, wildlife, and the natural heritage conservation programs. With that, we're requesting the board approve the acquisition of 7.62 acres of land for Adams Station from Crossroads Enterprise LLC for $234,000.
Okay, thank you, Terry. We have no public speakers or written communication on this one. Are there questions from the board?
Chair.
Doug?
Yeah, thanks. So my missing something like maybe my materials aren't updated. I have 198,500, Terry. What's the purchase price?
I'll double check, Doug. I'm sorry. My notes were incorrect. I'm sorry. I really apologize to the board. The green sheet is correct. My notes are incorrect on my speech. The purchase price is $198,500. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
It's a sharp eye, Doug. Thank you. Other questions from the board? Hearing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the land acquisition in Adams County.
Rachel moves approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Jeff. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Terry. Okay, we've got about 20 minutes till break. Let's move into open forum. We may not finish that before break, but we'll take a time out at the appropriate time. Okay, our first appearance under open forum is an in-person appearance. Tim Waters from Wamandee Rod and Gun Club. Topic is catch and release with artificial lures. Tim, are you here? Welcome. Again, as a reminder, you got 3 minutes for your comments, and when the lights turn red, the time is running out.
All right.
My name is Tim Waters. I'm an organic dairy farmer from Wamedy, Wisconsin. You guys that don't know where Wamedy is, that's right in the middle of Buffalo County. And the reason I got here is because we have a co-op trout pond in the Wamedy Rod and Gun Club. And in 2024, with the budget problems, the DNR could not deliver the trout to the co-op pond. And then, so the co-op, some of the co-op pond guys got together and they come up with some solutions to the problem to get the trout there. But the DNR disregarded everything they said. And in the end, the DNR brought the trout to the Wamedy Creek and dumped 2,500 trout fingerlings at each bridge for about 4 miles up through the Wamedy Creek. And that kind of had some people scratching their heads. That was a bit of a waste of the resource, we thought, that many trout in that short of a stretch of creek. And so, well, that fired everybody up a little, and that's what got me here. And the main thing that I'm coming here for is about the catch and release artificial only. You know, we don't have that problem in Buffalo or Trempealeau or in our area up there. It's all 3 or 5 bag limit. And so when we have kids fishing day there, we get about 50 or 60 kids to come, and we teach them how to clean their fish when they catch them and stuff like that, and teach them how to trout fish a little, the ones that don't. And so I'm wondering why in like Richland, Iowa, and Grand counties, they have a lot of streams that are catch and release, artificial only. And there's like 3,000 to 5,000 trout per mile in some of these streams. And the one thing that happened in 2024, they had a kids fishing day in Genoa Trout Hatchery. 300 kids went that kids fishing day. And that's the area where they have a lot of these streams are catch and release artificial only. And it bothers me a little bit if these kids got to go home. You know, most kids start out fishing with night crawlers, live bait and stuff. And if they got to go home and they can't fish the creek that runs by their house with that many trout in it, that just seems wrong. And I'm pretty sure when you get a species with overpopulated species like that, you're going to have some problems. You know, the brook trout in our area have gill parasite. We have Eagle Valley stream is it's like used to be the best brook trout stream in our area. You'd have 3 or 4 pound brook trout in that stream. People used to camp there opening weekend and fish the heck out of that stream. And it never seemed to bother the population. There was always 3 and 4 pound brook trout. And now, the last time I fished there last summer, I went and caught 63 trout, and none of them were over 8 inches long, and they all had gill parasite. Now I know there's nothing we can do about the gill parasite, but we need more fishermen. And I think that starts with the kids.
Jim, we're running out of time. I'm sorry. I could talk trout fishing with you all day, I think.
I just have one more thing I want to say.
Briefly, please.
Roger Kerr is a retired fish biologist. He got the wild brown trout thing going down by Boscobel, Little Green River, or Big Green River. I'm not sure which one it was. And then it took off like crazy. And they started out with it artificial catch and release only. And then he tried to get it back to have some take. And he couldn't. He was doing resolutions and stuff to the county conservation stuff. And he had no luck with that. So I'm a dairy farmer here from Wamedy, Wisconsin. I'm just telling you people how hard it is to get these things changed to make it right. If Roger Kerr couldn't do it, he was a DNR biologist. I'm just here to let you know that something's got to be done.
Roger's been a long-term advocate in connection with the board and frankly has made some progress to influence trout management.
He always kind of blamed Trout Unlimited was his biggest obstacle.
Okay.
You know, they're fly fishing guys, and I don't know if they kind of make that their own little playground down there or what, but it's got to change in my ideas of getting kids out there. They're the future of the fishing. And if they can't get on their bike and ride down to the creek and catch some fish and take them home and eat them, I think that's a pretty big problem.
So Jim, your comments, just to make sure that the board has the right context for this, the connection between artificial lures, catch and release with Buffalo County, Wamandee. Your streams up there are, a lot of them are catch and keep.
Pretty much all of them.
Your kids fishing event, I assume that's a catch and keep also.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this experience between the pond and the streams and the kids sounds like it's a secure connection for kids that want to fish night crawlers and keep their catch and take it home and show it off and eat it.
Yeah.
So could you explain, I guess, a little more about what you want done up in Buffalo County?
Well, I don't want much done at, well, we need more fishermen up there too, because the brook trout population has exploded. You know, they spawn as easily as just about anything does. They can spawn. I talked to one expert here last summer, Ray White. Well, he said they'll spawn in coarse sand. They don't even need gravel to spawn. And
Right.
they spawn, their spawning success is unbelievable. We just don't have enough. In years ago, people used to pound these streams really bad. We had 5 and 6 pound browns regularly, and 3 and 4 pound brook trout, Eagle Valley, Wamandee, Little Wamandee, in Trumpeldor and Buffalo counties. So I'm looking more towards kids in this whole state. I think that catch and release artificial only should be outlawed altogether. There's no need for it.
Okay.
You have 3,000 to 5,000 trout per mile and you have catch and release artificial only. Well, that's bad. That overpopulated species is probably going to end up having some sort of a problem. We need more catch and keep, is what I'm saying.
Thank you for your clarification on that. I think we understand the message clearly now.
All right.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for letting me talk. I had a heck of a time getting here, but I made it. So
It's a long drive sometimes.
well, the city is really something.
Okay, thank you, Sam.
I hope you guys can do something about this, because I know that the resolution thing just doesn't seem to get through, and maybe the new DNR secretary can crack the whip on somebody. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Our next appearance virtually is Jim Leverich from Angelo, representing himself, and his topic is pump and well installation. And we heard from Jim earlier. Jim, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. Thank you.
I tried to turn on my video, but it maybe it's coming up. But so I will talk to you about the other issue with the town issue in a little bit after I'm done with this issue. And I'm sorry I didn't come in person, but I appreciate the ease of attending this meeting this way. I give you credit, a lot of credit, and your person was very good at helping me get hooked up to this. And I also appreciate the staff. I worked for UW Extension for 35 years and was on-farm research coordinator, and I worked a lot with Jim Bauman. I worked a lot with nutrient management. I've worked a lot with all the rules that farmers and others have. And the rule system is great when it works, but in this situation, it did not. And I like to hear today that you're working closely with the installers as a board. I think it's great that your people are doing that. And I appreciate the people that I did talk to, that I worked with. There was 4 people that I worked with. I didn't work much with Steve Janiak or whatever his last name is here from La Crosse. I worked quite a bit with Marty. I did call Steve Elmore, and I did talk to the secretary's deputy secretary. But what happened is this whole situation failed, and there was no accountability. So the licensed guy that was licensed to inspect my well and determine whether or not it could be repaired, he did not do the work. If you were a pesticide applicator trainer or applicator in Wisconsin in agriculture, you have to be licensed to do that. Your boss cannot be. So there's a failure in this licensee, in that the actual work in the definition and deciding of this well problem I had, he could not measure the well accurately. So basically he stuck a tape measure down the well and he didn't measure the well accurately. He also did not look up the well records, which there's some debate of whether the well record was accurate or not, but it is. There was only one leverage that had a well in this quarter. So basically it failed because I asked the department's representatives I talked to them numerous times on the phone, but I asked them to come to my place and look at the well casing that was cut off and look at the hose or the piping that was pulled out of the well when we closed the well and so the reason that they wanted me to change the well is because it had the old system for attaching the well to the house instead of a weld-on adapter. But it would have been very easy to dig up that old pipe and put on a weld-on adapter and reuse the well. So I'm not calling about the money in this deal. I'm calling because I represented people for years in the extension service and worked with them and feel accountable when I'm being paid for by taxpayers. And this thing fell through the cracks because nobody ever came and looked at the facts and saw the pulled out pipe and saw what was there. And therefore, I ended up spending an extra $7,500 drilling a new well that was not necessary. And so that's why I wanted to make the board aware of this, because I think that you either need to change the code and make every guy that's measuring a well be trained and licensed, or the licensee should make sure that the person is doing it accurately. Because this guy estimated the well was only 30 to 40 feet deep, and the well was 110 feet deep and had 95 feet of casing. So if a person can't even measure, it'd be just like a farmer. If he can't even measure a quart or a gallon, how is he going to apply the right amount of herbicides? That should be just a simple requirement. And they said, well, part of what was sent to me in the letter from the assistant secretary there is that they followed the code. They did not follow the code because they couldn't measure properly. So I'm just requesting to you that if a licensee needs to be more responsible, and a letter should have went to this guy that had a license. He's been doing this for years. He should know what he's doing, but he made a mistake. And then the response I got about that was, oh, he made a mistake. He didn't do it intentionally. Well, I've sprayed my neighbor's soybeans with a herbicide with drift. First thing I do if I make a mistake is I go pay them. I don't even need the license department to protect me. I go pay them and be responsible. But this guy should have gotten a letter from the DNR that said, you did not follow the code because you couldn't even measure the well. And so that's why I called you today.
Excuse me, but let me interrupt. You're well over your 3 minutes. You've got a very technical, detailed subject here, and I know it's hard to communicate that in a short amount of time. But I think the board has got a sense here for what happened. I'd ask the board if they have questions here for clarity or additional information. I think what I understand you saying is that you had a well driller out to
A well installer.
a well installer to come out to bring the well up to standards, and the individual that was working for them erred in some of his measurements, and that the department did not have staff available to come out and check this, and it resulted in unnecessary expenditures on your part. And I'm very sorry to hear that. I can imagine the difficulty that put you in. And
well, the other thing is they breached my confidence. They breached my confidence. I asked them to talk to me, but they went to the well driller. And I said, I want this in confidence to understand what is right and wrong in the code. And they went and talked to the well driller. And I didn't think that's appropriate. I didn't do that when I was an extension person. If somebody asked me for confidence, I did that. And they didn't do that. And so it's just a breakdown in the system. And maybe the code needs to say if the guy is going to be doing the work of the licensee, they have to be licensed as well.
I appreciate you sharing it with the board, and certainly can take your information under advisement as the department looks at code changes, adjustments in the future.
Yeah, and I
Any
like, I
questions
would
from
really
the
like them
board?
to,
Hearing none, Jim, again, thank you for appearing and also appreciate your ad lib comment on the earlier topic of well setbacks from landfills, your experience as a town chairman.
could I speak to that a little bit more?
Speak to which topic?
That topic, the one that you were talking about before, as a town chairman, we've had an ordinance in place since 1952 that any landfill in our township, you have to be a quarter mile from it. And the DNR has given people false, I think, expectations in saying that we can change. If the well reads good, you can variance that from the township. And what that does is it puts all townships at risk. For example, in the township of Sparta now, for years, all the wells were in perfect condition. But then a new sand mine was drilled or was put in place in Sparta. And now all the wells that are around that old landfill are having problems. So just because something looks good now doesn't mean that, and I worked in water resources my whole career. Just because something looks not good now, it doesn't mean it's going to be good in the future. And
Jim, I
so we're making a
appreciate
false
your-
expectation, and it's
I-
going to hurt our township big time.
Jim, I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your comments very much. The setback issue is going to be looked at a little bit further. One of our board members, Jeff Hastings, has brought it up, and your comments will just add background information to that discussion. So
Thank you
thank
very
you.
much.
Okay. We're at 10 o'clock and we've got 4 more appearances signed up. I'm suggesting we take a break here in our open forum at our normal time and resume the board agenda at 10:15, and we'll come back in at open forum, and Jim Olson will be presenting before the board. Okay? I can't follow my clock one time and the wall clock a second time, so we're a little past 10:15. Let's bring the board back into session. And again, we'll come back in at item 5, open forum, and appearance number 4, Jim Olson, Madison, petitioners on the revised Home Lake Rule petition. Welcome, Jim. Oh, and I want to add, Jim had submitted some written information to the board as well, to provide a document for your future reference. Thanks, Jim.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Smith, Secretary One, members of the board. I'm a lawyer in Madison, been with Lawton Cates for 59 years and a partner for 54 years. I've been involved in environmental litigation. In fact, I taught environmental litigation at the UW Law School. And I have chaired the State Bar Committee on Environmental Law. So I've been interested in environmental litigation for many, many years. When I joined Lawton Cates, they said, we're advocates, but more importantly, we're problem solvers. And that's what I've been trying to do for the last few years, is help you problem solve in a very difficult issue. I also know something about trusts, and especially the public trust doctrine. And you, as a department, are delegated with the authority as trustees under the public trust doctrine. Now, the primary duty of a trustee is loyalty to the trust property. And the trust property, in this case, are the navigable waters of the state. In fact, I litigated the case where they defined what a navigable water was. Now, loyalty to the trust property. Loyalty to whom? To the beneficiaries. The petitioners on this are beneficiaries. Many of them are beneficiaries. It's your job to be loyal to the state of Wisconsin, the beneficiaries. And I come before you today as not a lawyer, but as a lawyer representing beneficiaries. And I would like to have an opportunity to converse with staff. I've talked to you many times. I'd like to have an opportunity to converse with the staff who is considering our petition for a couple of reasons. One, as a lawyer for all these years, I know that oftentimes my drafting is not perfect. And I would like to talk to the members of the staff to see if there are things we could do with our petition, which would make it easier for them to enforce and to go along with. And that's, I frequently engage with other attorneys, other people, and I think it would be important for us to have that conversation to see if there's something we could do in the petition which would help you adopt this petition. And I would meet with my clients and would come back and say, okay, we agree with this, or we don't agree with this. This is what we would suggest that we do. Also, I mentioned a while ago that, that we were collecting money, silent sports people, collecting money to buy a hydroblaster, which has been used hundreds of times out west to protect the waters from invasive species. We have the money ready to do it. And we want to get ready before the next season so we can do something. So I'd like to talk to you about what we're going to do as far as that's concerned. Now, since I've been coming before you, and I'll wrap up real quickly, there have been a couple of disasters. There's the discovery of quagga mussels in Lake Geneva. That is a disaster, and that diminishes the trust property. As we go along, there will be other disasters. Maybe the spread of spiny water fleas in other waters. That will be a disaster. And before that can occur, I'd like to have the Home Lake Rule petition in force. My time is up. I apologize for going over, but I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Jim. And we have your document too to provide some of the details and, you know, the more general comments that you've made. Appreciate that. Are there questions of Jim? Jim, we've been at this a long time. You're persistent, you keep coming back, and I really commend you for that. You're on an important issue, and it's a difficult one.
Okay, well,
you're helping.
I caught my first muskie when I was 10. My second one when I was 27. I am persistent.
All right. Thank you very much. Our next appearance is Carol Phillips, Presque Isle, representing herself, and the topic is wake surfing. Welcome, Carol.
Hi, thank you, everybody. Carol Phillips, I'm a retired former registered professional
Carol,
civil
I can see you, but your volume is really low. I don't know if it's on our end or yours, but we can't really hear you very well.
Okay, is this better?
A whole lot better, yes, thank you.
Okay, Carol Phillips, I'm a retired former registered professional civil engineer. Last month, we showed you a video from the new University of Minnesota study about lake bed damage from wake surfing. At 14 feet deep, the lake bed appeared to explode when the wake boat passed over, and the screen went black due to all the sediment churning up. The university researchers discovered that the churning was caused by two very different things: propeller wash, but also the boat's hull, as the heavily ballasted boat pushes water out of the way, and then the water rebounds to fill the deep void left just behind the boat. That boat hull impact extends about twice as deep as the propeller wash impact. The Lake Beulah testing confirms the University of Minnesota finding about the boat hull impact. Divers there testified that when resting 16 feet deep, they were suddenly jerked upward as the water rebounded to fill the void created by the heavily ballasted boat in surf mode. And there was so much sediment churned up that they could not even see the safety divers nearby. Other boats went by, they felt and saw no impact. But the boating industry claims that 10 feet is enough based on the computer model they paid for that looked at propeller wash only. That's the problem with computer studies without any real boats on real lakes to validate the results. The industry model literally missed the boat. They looked at prop wash, but never considered the larger problem, the impact from the ballasted plowing boat. The industry is still claiming to that obsolete, debunked study, claiming it was peer-reviewed and published. But actually, it appears in a pay-to-publish online journal based in Wuhan, China. Whatever reviewers they had did not catch any of the many obvious mistakes, including no real-world validation. Yet the industry wants states to allow surfing in water 10 feet deep, even though videos from the University of Minnesota and others show total destruction of the lake bed much deeper. No study with real boats on real lakes validates the industry's 10-foot recommendation. It is clear that at least 20 feet is needed. Please don't allow wake surfing to continue to destroy our lakes like you saw in the videos last month. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Next appearance is another virtual appearance. Jeff Meisman, Presque Isle, representing himself, and the topic is wake surfing. Welcome, Jeff.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine.
Okay.
And I can see you.
Again, I'm representing Last Wilderness Alliance, just that for the record today. And I did pass that on. It was a little late in the application, but I did pass that on. Chair Smith and Secretary Yoon and board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm constantly amazed at how many different subjects you guys cover in these meetings. It's just, I don't know how you keep everything straight. My name is Jeff Meisman, and I'm a director in Last Wilderness Alliance. Last Wilderness Alliance is a nonprofit organization dedicated to preserving the health and sustainability of Wisconsin lakes and water resources. Our organization advocates for policies and practices that protect water quality, aquatic habitats, and the public's access to clean and healthy lakes. Last Wilderness Alliance has been the primary organization helping Wisconsin towns, lake groups, and concerned citizens protect their lakes from the damaging impacts of enhanced wake boating through the enactment of local ordinances. To date, 67 Wisconsin towns have enacted local control ordinances that protect over 350 lakes. Last Wilderness Alliance has effectively assisted with over 50 of those local control ordinances. If a municipality wants a local ordinance that will protect their lakes from wake sport activities, contact Last Wilderness Alliance. LWA also supports meaningful state legislation to address the environmental and safety impact of wake sports while maintaining recreational access to Wisconsin waterways. LWA proposes that there be legislation focusing on 3 key areas. Number 1, controlling the spread of aquatic invasive species. Number 2, establishing specific lake metrics for wake sports areas that protect the environment and the rights of other lake users. And number 3, preserving the long-standing authority of local governments to enact stricter regulations. I'd like to briefly talk about number 1, controlling invasive species. The legislation we seek would require all recreational boats with ballast systems to be flushed with hot water, 120 degree Fahrenheit or greater, before being launched into any different Wisconsin lakes. The flushing would be mandatory for every new lake launch. This concept comes directly from the 2024 Wake Boat Manuals. All flushing certification would expire on January 1st of each year, thereby requiring a new system flush and decontamination certification at the beginning of each boating season. This will prevent antifreeze from being discharged into the lake after winter storage. Number 2, establishing lake metrics. To protect shorelines and habitats, we ask that any legislation define a qualifying wake sports area as not less than 700 feet from all shorelines, not less than 30 feet deep, and not less than 100 contiguous acres. On qualifying lakes, the designated wake sports area would be clearly posted at all public landings. If a lake does not meet those criteria or the designated area is not properly identified, enhanced wake sports would be prohibited on the lake. The legislation we seek would clearly clarify that in no event shall any of the following operations be subject to the wake sports area requirement, providing such operations do not use or employ ballast tanks, water sacks, or wake enhancing fins. So you could still water ski, tube, wakeboard employing a tow rope, brief transition operation to empty a boat of bilge water, or a brief transition operation of a boat accelerating into the planing condition. And finally, number 3, preserving local control. The legislation we seek would not alter the longstanding authority of local governments to enact more restrictive regulations on wake sports. This ensures that communities can implement additional measures to protect their specific lakes and waterways. Last Wilderness Alliance has gotten feedback from our supporters. This is what the public wants. Many of our followers have been asking why we haven't introduced our own legislation. This proposal for a bill establishes our position and provides a clear path forward balancing responsible recreation with environmental protection. I'll do my best to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions from the board? Robin?
I have a question, and thanks, Jeff, and to the other presenters on this topic as well. It remains a very important topic for the future of our lakes. Do you know of those towns who have adopted ordinances? Have any legal challenges been concluded in terms of their ability to do that? Is there some that are being litigated right now? And
there's one that went to a hearing in the courts, and they were trying to get the ordinance canceled to the fact that they were saying that you can't enforce the ordinance until other litigation happens. And that went in a hearing in Eagle River, and it was thrown out for lack of merit. So there is that one that's gone through. Then there's another one in the town of Scott, which they're trying to litigate right now. And my understanding is that's not going to go to trial until October of 2026. But it's kind of a point where the lake is so shallow, its depth is not conducive at all to wake surfing. So, but that's the only other one that I know of that actually has gone to the point where there's going to be potential litigation. But I think the lake they've selected is so shallow. After seeing the recent release on the Phase 2 St. Anthony Falls study, where you have 14 feet and the bottom is just getting blown up, I don't know how this one could even go forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I see a hand in the audience. Jim has something to offer on this topic.
As a lawyer.
Briefly.
Yeah,
Thank you,
As
Jim.
far as the case in Manitowish Waters, I was there present, assisted the attorney. And the judge ruled it was a total ban on basically wake surfing on the Manitowish chain. And the judge ruled that in order to get an injunction, you have to show a substantial chance of success on the merits. And he said, I find that there's no reasonable chance of success on the merits. In other words, there's a reasonable basis for the adoption of the ordinance. As far as the other case in the town of Scott, I've been very much involved in that as well. And it's been transferred to federal court. Jeff is right, it won't go to trial probably for a year. There probably will be motions that will be coming up. The lake itself, where the people claim that their rights are being taken away, has a maximum depth, I think, of 13 feet and an average depth of 8 feet.
Thank you, Jim. We still have Jeff. Are there additional questions? Deb?
Just a quick one. What is the reluctance of the legislature to support local authority? Jeff?
I'm not sure there's a reluctance to support local authority. What we're really looking for is some sort of a state legislation, some sort of Wisconsin statutes that would be put in place. And for example, Jim presented the home lake rule, and that would go along with the controlling of the invasive species. And we feel this is something that could be done on an emergency order now. And so something like that could be done at the state level. I'm really a proponent of state level regulations to control this, because especially with aquatic invasive species. Because if you think about it, just because you have one guy in a local area cleaning his boat, and maybe another guy is coming from another area that doesn't have that same requirement, and he puts his boat in your water, and all of a sudden you're infected. And this could really happen like with Lake Geneva. Lake Geneva was just discovered to have quagga mussels. If they take their wake surf boats and come up to our lakes in northern Wisconsin and put them in the water, you're going to carry water. That's known already and studied. And even the boating industry says when they put their boats in lakes with zebra mussels and quagga mussels, many times the ballast systems are infested, and they have to purge them out with 120-degree water. Well, if you don't do that and you just bring them up to our lakes, you're going to infect our lakes with quagga mussels. And that's why that's why some sort of state regulation, especially for controlling the invasive species, is of paramount importance.
Thank
you, Jeff.
You bet.
Other questions? Patty?
Did you say 650 lakes? Is that
No, I hope I didn't. I said 350.
350? Okay.
Yeah.
So when I started on this board, there was one, Lake Geneva. And we have what, over 10,000 lakes? And slowly this message is getting thrown, spreading across the state. Clearly, this is a conversation that's happening everywhere. Has the manufacturers actually come to the table as they see this is growing, and more lake owners and lake association folks are actually concerned about that? Are the manufacturers even talking to you guys?
Well, the manufacturers, as Carol pointed out, are using studies that aren't valid, and they claim that, oh, we only need 200 feet from shore and we only need 10 feet deep. That's what some of the manufacturers are saying. There's other manufacturers that saying their boats don't even work very well unless you get it into 20 feet of water. So we're speaking, I guess we're not speaking one-on-one with them, but the manufacturers are trying to work with legislation to get this through. We're also trying to work with legislation, and I just don't see a lot of legislation happening on this soon. I'm concerned with it and would like to see it. When you mentioned the number of lakes in Wisconsin, there's, like 16,500 lakes, according to my database. And I got my database from the DNR. However, there's only 2,337 lakes that are over 50 acres. And you would need a lake that size to wake surf. So really, we're starting with, about 2,400 lakes and moving from there. And as I said, we have 350 lakes covered so far.
Other
Thank you.
questions from the board? Hearing none, again, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you and other collaborators on this issue for your emphasis on solutions. You've all come up with some suggestions that appear to be relevant and well thought out. It's a challenging and a controversial issue, but you're all making a difference, and we appreciate your work and your input on this very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Smith. We appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Our next appearance may be virtual. There's some possible scheduling. Unable to make it? Okay. That's the end of our open forum. We'll move on to item 6, information items. Item 6A, informational item on interagency outreach and education efforts related to the topic of potential lead in venison. Jasmine Batten, Wildlife Health Section Supervisor, DNR, and Brian Weaver, Policy Initiatives Advisor, Department of Health Services. Jasmine, Brian, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith, Secretary Hyun, members of the board. I'm Jasmine Batten. I supervise our Wildlife Health Section within our Wildlife Management Program. And as Chairman Smith mentioned, we have with us Brian Weaver from the Department of Health Services, who is a state policy advisor that specializes in lead. So we are going to share just some informational background about efforts that our two agencies have collectively been working on over the past year and a half related to outreach and education on the topic of potential lead in venison. So I'm going to turn it over to Brian first, who's going to provide an overview of the topic of lead in public health and some of the efforts that DHS is doing, and then I will go into the details of the work that our agencies have been working on.
Good morning. Brian Weaver, Lead Policy Advisor at Department of Health Services. So we thought we'd start off with a little bit of background on childhood lead poisoning in Wisconsin, just to give you some context, understanding the importance of this public health issue in Wisconsin and why we have a close collaboration with the Department of Natural Resources, actually, on a couple of issues related to lead exposure in our environment. So childhood lead poisoning in Wisconsin, and we see this in other states too. This graph here, this picture here is to depict the primary sources of lead exposure in children's environment. Number one there is a picture of a window, and so that's where we see about 90+% of our childhood lead poisoning cases in Wisconsin being contributed to deteriorating lead-based paint in older homes, so pre-1978 homes. So what we see is that children collect this, ingest it, inhale the dust in and around their property, could be typically inside or around the property, around the drip line of a home that might have older lead-based paint on the exterior as well. So the primary source that we're mostly concerned about from a public health standpoint is lead-based paint in older homes. However, there are other sources of lead in our environment, unfortunately, and Governor Evers has prioritized DHS to have a comprehensive approach. So we take all sources really seriously. The item number 2 there in the picture, that is to depict potential contamination of lead through drinking water. And that is really through our infrastructure, our lead service lines, which DNR works very hard on and closely with Department of Health Services on to replace those lead service lines, as well as internal plumbing infrastructure. If you have an older building, some of that could have lead solder, lead plumbing, lead fixtures within the home itself that could contaminate the drinking water. And there are some other sources. Those are really the top 2 that we're really concerned about. But there are other sources that we're concerned about in our environment as well. Imported items, food, candy, spices, herbs can come contaminated into the United States. Typically, these are brought in. Sometimes they pass inspection, so people are carrying them in. Also, there are traditional cookware that are used that can leach lead into food. So those are some of the other sources that we're seeing. The item number 5 there in the picture, that is how sometimes adults can bring lead into the home environment, into their children. They themselves can be exposed as well as their family members. So take-home lead, we refer to. Someone that works in occupation like recycling, they potentially could be exposed to lead, bring it home in their work shoes, their clothes. There's concerns about some hobbies. Target shooting is a concern in the state about exposure to lead when they're doing that, as well as lead in venison. So that's what we're here today to talk a little bit more about. This is to show you that childhood lead poisoning is a concern in Wisconsin. This is a trend line. As you can see, the numbers crept up in their early in 2018, and then they started to go down. In 2020, there is a yellow bar that's been added to that. That's because the Centers for Disease Control changed their definition for blood lead reference value. So that value is set technically to alert health departments. That's kind of the blood lead level that they should go out and do public health interventions. So that was lowered to 3.5 micrograms per deciliter. Up to that point, it was 5 micrograms per deciliter. That's the blue chart, or the blue bar. So as you can see, this is the rate of children who are tested in the state who had lead poisoning. So it's only among those children who are have a blood lead test. That is the only way we can detect lead poisoning in a child. About average over the last few years, we have about 4,500 children a year in Wisconsin who are defined as having lead poison. So it is a significant issue, something that we continue to work with. A lot of our strategies are focused on the home as well as the drinking water system that we have in the state. So we're making progress in that direction. So why are we concerned about lead? Lead is a toxic metal. It is particularly, unfortunately, a really effective neurotoxin in small children. It passes the blood-brain barrier quite easily because it looks like calcium in the body. So if a child has an empty stomach, perhaps doesn't have proper nutrition, that lead gets absorbed really quickly and easily in the body. And it goes throughout every system in the body because it's carried around by the blood. So as you can see, this picture on the right, it's a little hard to read, but it does impact just about every system and organ in the body. We're particularly concerned about the brain in small children. And it impacts them greater because of that greater absorption. They're smaller size, so a smaller dose has a greater impact on that child. And they are developing. Their brain is developing, their body is developing, so that impact could have more of a long-term impact on that child. So it is a significant issue that we are addressing. So we're really trying to prevent any exposure in children. So just quickly, just to give you an idea of like how the Department of Public, the Department of Health Services within the Division of Public Health is addressing childhood lead. These are the programmatic components within DHS. So we have surveillance and monitoring. So we collect all the blood lead test results among adults and children to track where lead poisoning is happening and what the rates are. We have efforts on increasing blood lead testing in the state. We have too few children being tested right now in Wisconsin. So we don't feel like we have a very accurate picture of all the potential sources of lead exposure in our children's environment. And then when children is poisoned, we have intervention services. So we work really closely with our local health departments to provide intervention services. This is typically fixing up an older property to abate and rid of all the lead-based paint in that property that could potentially pose a hazard to that child, as well as providing any follow-up intervention services that child may need from the exposure to lead. Our goal, as I said, is to prevent lead exposure. So our partnership with the DNR around lead and ammunition was very important to us to address that issue so that we have timely and accurate information that we're providing to the public related to that issue. And then we also monitor the lead workforce, making sure that they're trained properly and they're doing proper work out there, specifically to lead-based paint remediation work. That's where our focus is. That's what the regulatory authority that we have at DHS. So in our partnership with DNR, we worked with them really closely with Jasmine. We provided the subject matter expertise in the issue of lead exposure, lead toxicity. We had a toxicologist actually work with us really closely at DHS to help us update our advisory language, both on our websites, on DNR and DHS, so they align really closely. So we made some really important changes. I won't go through all of these, but essentially just to have clear, more accurate information on that it is a risk, lead in ammunition, when deer are shot with leaded ammunition, that there is a concern about it fragmenting and spreading in the deer. And so really what we give is more guidance on, one, if you want to prevent that, don't use lead-free ammunition. But if you use lead ammunition, then there are steps you can take to specifically address and reduce your risk to exposure of lead in venison that is harvested in Wisconsin. So we're a little bit more clear and specific on that. And I really feel like the language you have up there is quite effective in getting the information across to constituents. And with that, I'll hand over to Jasmine.
Thank you, Brian, and you'll be available for questions later. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brian. Okay, so what I'm going to share now is the work that, a little background on the work that our agencies did together, and then specifically go over the details of the additional outreach and education products and plan that we've put together. So as Brian mentioned, lead as a health issue is not new. It's also not a new concept that lead in venison could potentially cause lead exposure in those who consume it. And actually the two agencies, DHS and DNR, did start working together on this topic back in 2008. DHS did lead a study looking at samples of venison from commercial processors as well as self-processed deer, and did find that there was detectable lead in some of those samples. So in 2008, it was about 15% of commercially processed venison that they looked at, that they radiographed, had detectable lead, and 8% of the hunter self-processed deer. So the agencies came together. DHS came up with advisory language, and collectively there was an outreach and education plan at that time that targeted processors and hunters and consumers of venison. However, we became aware or collectively agreed in 2024 that these efforts had kind of grown stale. The information was still on the website. Some of the ways that the public health folks talk about lead had evolved over time. And so we came together and formed an ad hoc team. Brian kind of mentioned some of the individuals that were involved. I just have them up on the screen. So big thanks to all the staff. Over the last year, we've met through a series of meetings, and we include toxicologists. We had specialists that run our deer donation program, as well as myself and wildlife health, and initially the DHS chief medical officer and communication folks. So good, robust, I forget what word I was going to say, but a good span of knowledge base. That team, again, started meeting in 2024. As Brian said, we, with DHS's lead, updated the verbiage, and he kind of shared some of those highlights of that. And as he mentioned, we did make sure that we put this language up on both of our websites. Each agency has a landing page. For DNR, it's a page called Safely Eating Venison. And for DHS, it's a page called Lead in Venison. But we wanted to be sure that that information didn't kind of have that same fate of just living on the website. We know that not all of the interested parties or possible audiences have access to that information. And so we went through an exercise of defining a number of key audiences and making sure that we were hitting each of those as best we could. And so for our first key audience, hunters, that some information was added to the electronic version of our hunting regulations booklet. So that is on our website now. We've made sure to make that information more prominent on our deer hunting web pages, so that hunters that are looking for information on seasons and methods are that information is highlighted, so they can easily navigate to that page. And then we did also ask our communication specialists to include the lead and venison messaging in our overall deer communication plan as a key message, just to make sure that when we're talking about deer hunting, deer season, if it makes sense or it's relevant to the topic, that we include this messaging in those regular communications that we have each year. Another really important key audience, of course, is the consumers of venison, which might be hunters, but often is children, family, friends. We worked collectively to create a flyer. It's almost finalized, so you'll see just an image of the draft form. It's really kind of focused on that idea in the advisory language that talks about, what's the safest option, not using lead ammunition at all, but then ways to reduce risks for consumers that either are eating venison that is harvested with lead, or that maybe don't know how that deer was harvested. So this publication, it's almost finalized. We are getting both of our agency logos on there, and that will be available on our website and for printing, and for both of our agency staff to distribute as appropriate. Another really important key audience that we focused on is recipients of donated venison, as well as the food pantries that are involved in that program, and also the processors that accept those deer and prepare that venison for donation. So in Wisconsin, our deer donation program is administered within our wildlife damage abatement and claims program. So it is a statewide program, and each county has the option to participate and has a designated coordinator, which is either a county group or in many cases, USDA Wildlife Services is contracted. But right now, all of our counties, with the exception of Kenosha and Menominee, are participating in this donation program. So in just a little bit more background, really quick about the donation program. On average, in the last 5 years, we've had 61 processors that have been enrolled in the donation program, about 1,300 deer donated, which ends up being about 52,000 pounds of venison, which is a good, healthy, lean protein source for needy individuals and families. So the image that you see on the screen is another product that was collectively developed. It is a notice that we have distributed through the donation program to all the pantries that are participating. And the intent is that the recipients of venison have the opportunity to see this notice, understand that there is a potential for lead to be in that meat that they're receiving, and allow them to make informed decisions. So to create that flyer, we first talked with the donation coordinators, just to kind of talk about what are the options, how can we get that message to the recipients, and this is what we landed on at least for this year, and we'll continue to kind of see how that message goes and work with those partners to see if there's a better way to engage with the donation recipients in the future. Additionally, the processors that are enrolled in our donation program, every year they do get information about their participation in the program. That packet that they get every year already talked about many other requirements, including CWD testing for some of our counties, but at some point the information on lead and venison had dropped out of that packet, so we have reincorporated messaging on lead and venison for those processors. And maybe just a side note, for any of our licensed processors in the state, they, through DATCAP, do receive information about reducing the risk of venison when they're processing. So DATCAP has had a very robust program of lead education through their work in licensing those processors. So what are our future steps? Certainly, we're going to keep our eye on this topic. We don't want that information just sitting there, and we do want it out to the people that need it. We'll continue to work, as I said, with our venison donation partners and the food pantries, exploring new ways to get messaging out and see if we can improve that over time. For the 2026 hunting season, we will include messaging on potential risks of lead and venison within the printed version of the regulations booklet. We did not make that timeline this year, so again, it's in the electronics, but next year we'll be able to incorporate that in the print version. And then we'll continue our great partnership with DHS, keeping each other abreast to new information or kind of questions that we're getting for the public, and so that we can continue to expand and adapt our outreach on this topic over time. And with that, thank you for listening, and we can take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jasmine, Brian, and for your hard work on this very important topic. Are there questions from the board? Jeff?
How hard is it what type of equipment do you need to detect lead in venison? I know my brother was a veterinarian. He always ran our ducks through the x-ray before he bid down on a hard pellet, but what do you need to detect in a?
Yep, so it's an x-ray.
It is an
Yep,
X-ray.
yeah, I mean, that practice is not currently being done, but on like, I think in 2008, there was testing of food pantry donated venison, and then the state of Minnesota actually tests all donated venison, and they use an x-ray.
Wow. Can I have one follow? So we know there are alternatives to lead, and they seem to be effective, I'm thinking both shot, like for pheasant hunting on our properties or state properties. And lead, has there ever been discussion? I'm gonna probably get shot for this myself. Any discussion about if you're going to use state property, you need to not use lead-based shot or bullets?
I mean, certainly those conversations have come up over time and, some states have taken that approach and some of the federal properties have piloted some programs like that. Right now, there is a increased interest both within the agency and from the public on that broader topic of lead, both from the human health perspective, but as well as wildlife. And so we've been engaging and will be engaging in some bigger conversations about the lead topic. I'm aware that several organizations that are concerned about wildlife and lead have reached out to our leadership. We are going to be re-engaging a lead-free team that's across programs within the DNR. It's something that had done some work before, but just getting that re-engaged. And then actually AFWA, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, was just considering some BMPs for lead shot, lead ammunition. And if that's adapted, that'll be another source of information to consider in our own policies and practices. So it's getting more attention now, and we are devoting a little bit more resources within the agency. So we'll be talking about the whole holistic conversation.
Yeah, it seems like it would be a great way to educate the public about, these are effective ways to game, that, and for the health of both the public and our wildlife, it just seems like a easy, a good first step. I mean, if you're going to hunt public land, the first thing you're going to do is look at the regulations for that piece of property. And so a great way to get that education to that public is, use this type of ammunition, and then you may find that it's a very effective way and a good purpose, and use it for your own private lands too.
Yeah, absolutely. And there has been some efforts in the past that DNR has engaged in terms of like outreach and demoing lead-free ammunition and those sorts of works. And right now within our R3 program in PSRP, they're also discussing, possibly pulling some more of those demos that used to be happening or more outreach in that method. So
For enforcement wise, that would not, the old days when they could run a magnet kind of or something, or over the ammunition, it would not be a hard way to enforce, would it?
go ahead.
Casey, you have something to offer?
Yeah,
Casey Krieger, Chief Warden.
Yeah, Casey Krieger, Chief Conservation Warden. Thanks, Chair, Secretary Little, Secretary Young. Yeah, with lead, the biggest complaints we get from our public is cost.
Okay.
So folks transitioning, obviously, and I think what was alluded to with the federal production areas, you have to use lead-free. Waterfowl hunting has to be lead-free. But to your point, pheasant hunting, they can utilize lead. Biggest barrier there has been probably technology and cost. And folks transitioning, they don't want to jump back and forth between types of ammunition. So those have been the biggest challenge.
Thank you, Casey. Before we consider more discussion, I'd like to mention one thing I forgot to. We did receive some written correspondence to the board on this topic from Dr. Dave Clausen, longtime advocate for better management of lead exposure, and particularly in venison, and most particularly in pantry venison. Dave sent us a document called Biting the Bullet, which is a very informative document. If you have time to read it in detail, it informs you very well on this particular topic. I'd also ask the board just for your patience on this, but Jeff had asked a question about how do you determine if there's lead in the meat or not? How do you test for this? And I think you mentioned x-rays. There's been recent information that I've heard that lead in particular breaks into very, very small microscopic particles beyond what's able to be determined by x-rays. So you can x-ray the meat. The bigger chunks show up on the x-ray, the microscopic stuff doesn't. I don't know what the ratio is, but just in the old years ago, they did some of this x-ray stuff, which was compelling to me at the time, but I didn't realize that beyond the x-rays, there were significant amounts of microscopic lead in the meat that weren't being determined by the x-rays. And in Wisconsin, we've done some studies in the past that have done x-rays and showing packages of meat contaminated at certain levels. I don't know if either of you have information to offer on this aspect of it on the microscopic size particles that may or may not have been measured at all, and what level of exposure that would bring, what level of risk.
So I can't answer specifically like like from a science point of, we haven't done that with DHS or DNR recently about that type of examination, but we did consult the literature on this when we made our recommendations. And yes, there is concern about the fragmentation and it going deeper beyond the wound channel of the deer. So we took steps to provide really clear information on how to best avoid having lead in any of the cuts that are made when processing the deer. So the idea of like further away from the wound channel, doing cuts versus ground venison is recommended. So we did our best based on what the available literature is on this, how to approach that. Our goal, because I don't think that's possible at this time, to like 100% completely eliminate the risk of using lead ammunition in venison when you're harvesting a deer. So our message was, don't use lead free if you want 100% of avoiding lead in your venison. And then if not, then here are our steps, because we do realize, we had heard that the cost was a barrier. And so we know the importance of harvesting deer in Wisconsin and how it, really supports needy families through the food pantry, that we didn't want to say, don't hunt with it. But if you are, here are the steps you can take to reduce your exposure. So that's the approach we took.
Yeah, I think my main interest in this is that the public gets important information that's as accurate as it can be based on current knowledge. And I'd encourage you in your search for literature in that to try and develop a more factual review of this microscopic stuff that may be passing beyond detection and is still present in the meat in portions that really aren't close to wound channels. And is it there in high enough amounts to have an impact on the health of vulnerable people? I know you can't answer that, but I really appreciate the work that's been done. I think what you've offered is a big step forward, and that journey is going to continue. And I just would ask you to keep your eyes open for additional information on that topic. Thank you. Other questions from the board? Patty?
So this is very informative. Thank you. And the fact that you're collaborating the two departments together is really amazing. Are you guys also sending out the messages to like the county level public health offices so that they can, from the Department of Health perspective, so they can get that message out to the people that they serve? A lot of kids and that go through public health. So I think it would be nice if that message kind of went all the way through.
Yeah, so we have monthly calls on the issue of childhood lead poisoning for local health departments to join. So we do provide timely, relevant information. We have new resources being developed. So this will be a topic that we do cover. These websites have just been updated. We don't have our fact sheet quite ready for distribution. When those become available, this will be a topic on one of those monthly Division of Public Health webinars with local health departments. So that's how we pass out the information. I will say that local health departments, because of the work that's being done, all of them are being funded through state dollars, a small amount, but they all have childhood lead poisoning prevention programs. So we do regularly communicate with them, and they're aware of, they do their own lead investigation. So if a child is poisoned, now they have to get a much higher threshold than the 3.5 micrograms per deciliter to actually, by law, require a lead investigation for a child who's lead poisoned. It's actually 15 micrograms per deciliter is where we start, and can go as high as 20 before local health departments do an investigation. So we're not seeing all cases of children who are lead poisoned. So I just want to qualify that. But through those investigations, they are able quite well to determine kind of where the primary source of lead exposure is coming from. To date, we have not found any cases linked to the consumption of venison in Wisconsin. Not saying it's not happening, It could be contributing other sources, but when we look at the primary sources, as I mentioned earlier, it really is the home, unfortunately, home environment, the deteriorating lead-based paint that poisons those children. So important information, health departments understand this, and it will be one thing that they look at as a potential source of exposure through their lead risk investigations.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I'd circle
from the
back to
board?
an answer quick,
Yes, Jasmine.
on the topic of whether we are going to consider, banning lead ammunition on state lands. One thing that's really important that I wanted to share is that I think the focus more from the natural resource agencies is on voluntary compliance with lead ammunition. And so there's quite a few initiatives that are started that we will be getting involved in that really seem to suggest maybe there's more efficacy with bringing people along in, teaching them how to use lead ammunition and about the negative impacts that lead could have. So I think collectively that's more the direction where a lot of the work is going. But
Thank you. Robin?
So great information, and I really appreciate the other questions as well. They were also questions I had. I guess I just want to clarify from a health perspective, when there is lead poisoning in children, is the damage reversible? Are there ways to get the lead out of the human body? Can you just talk shortly about
Yes. I'll start with the last question there. Can you get lead out of the body? So elation is a thing that can be done in the hospital to remove heavy metals. And so that can be done with children and adults who are very high level of lead poisoning, not at these low levels that, that graph I showed you at 5 micrograms for this later. It would be more behavioral change, environmental changes to minimize and reduce or eliminate any exposure in that child's environment and adult to continue exposure. And then they are monitored then thereafter to see if those intervention strategies, let's say, typically what we see is that they identify chipping and peeling paint in a home. Workers come in to remediate, fix that, and then, incremental, they'll test that child's blood to see if it's going down. And typically we see that's happening. And so we know that the intervention is working. The lead can be stored in the bone 30, 40 years. So we do see adults who, I'm not saying first case examples, but we do know of cases where adults were exposed as children, exposed earlier in life, and they have like something that creates bone turnover, like pregnancy, can release that lead into the blood, or some kind of stress on the body can release that lead that's in the bone. It is a neurotoxin. It is toxic. It's believed, unfortunately, the effects of a child can be irreversible, depending on how severely poisoned that child was. So they will be dealing with those negative consequences throughout their life. And a lot of it is cognitive, lower IQs, speech problems, hearing problems, that then they are provided services, typically through the county, to cope and deal with those deficits that they may have from that lead poisoning. But that is something that is looked at as something that cannot be taken, it's irreversible, that damage done to that child.
I think I have had some conversations with you in the past. I think I was asking about whether or not there are any studies about rates of incarceration and lead level and lead exposure for people who have perhaps poor impulse control.
Yeah, there's a clear link between lead poisoning and aggressive behavior, violent crime. So there's a clear link. You'll see some communities, one of their violence prevention strategies will be to address childhood lead poisoning.
But just to put like this in perspective, I think what I heard you say is that the likely levels of exposure from ingestion of venison that was harvested using ammunition containing lead is significantly less than a child who might be ingesting lead paint dust and lead chips and things like that. So I'm talking an order of magnitude.
Correct. Yes, because the level of lead in lead-based paint is significantly higher and so the dose is higher and that child's going to be poisoned.
And then,
Robin,
Yeah.
could I just
Yes.
butt in with a clarifying question on this same topic? Jeff, I've heard, Brian, excuse me, I've heard anecdotally and read some experts say no lead exposure is safe for children, for vulnerable people. And, you know, you're talking paint chips, lead in venison, you know, relative risk. It makes all the sense in the world what you're saying. But in lead in venison, if there is some ingestion of lead, does that still continue to be a health risk for young children?
So our goal is to eliminate all sources of lead in a child's environment. So, I mean, you know, that's what we're hoping to do, hoping to accomplish. I can't, you know, make a determination on a particular exposure and if it's going to lead to lead poisoning in a child. There's other factors that have be, you know, taken in for that. But is there a likelihood? I mean, we've seen lead poisoning from children consuming contaminated applesauce. We've seen contamination using traditional imported makeup poisoning a child. So is there a possibility if a child's consuming lead in venison, there's a chance that exposure could poison that child, yes.
Yeah. And again, we kind of get into data, how much, you know, and
Right.
what's the relative risk, and those numbers are hard to come by. But is there anything in the literature that looks at these lower levels of microscopic contamination in food? Can they relate that to a certain amount of ingestion by a child in that age group and translate that, is that a significant risk or not?
So there are studies done, science done on the rate of absorption, the level of lead in particular products. You know, so that's why the concern about small children. It is a known fact that they do absorb at a greater rate than if lead is ingested or inhaled. They're more likely to ingest have that incorporated into, you know, their blood system and poison that child. So there is concern about that, particularly with diet too. You know, low diets in calcium, iron, and vitamin C make them an adult too, more susceptible to that absorption. So there's factors that play into this depending on the child, their circumstances, how much exposure of the lead source to lead to poisoning.
I'm troubled by some of the statements and the facts that there haven't been research of venison ingestion and whether or not that is a valid impact. And to say that there hasn't been research to connect that, it gives people a false sense of security, thinking, well, this must not be a big problem. I'm not comfortable with us saying that without knowing, you know. Can we draw parallels between lead in venison, lead in other foods, exposure, ingestion? Can we get to a point of being a little bit more direct and blunt in our findings, either saying it is safe or it's not safe? Make it easy for the public.
Is that a question or a comment? I mean, so we're really clear on that it's not a that using lead in ammunition with lead in it, that the recommendation is don't use it, and then your risk is eliminated. So I think we're really clear on that. The fact is, the reality is that people are using the ammunition. So it's our, as a public health perspective, we have to inform and advise the public on how to minimize and reduce the risk. We do the same thing for individuals whose homes are supplied by lead service lines. We do the same thing. If they're not removed, we know we can't do it all at once. It'll take time to educate the public. So we educate them on how to reduce their risk to have that lead being pulled out from the lead service line to minimize their risk. So this is not unique to this topic. Lead is in our environment. It's really hard to avoid because of historical use of lead in our homes, in our plumbing, in gasoline. It's still in the soil. It does not deteriorate. Once lead is in the environment, it is there. And so there's a potential for that type of exposure happening. So with knowing that fact, our approach is to provide information so that the public can reduce their potential exposure to lead. There's ways to prevent it. Absolutely. It's extremely costly, as we know, to be able to replace all the lead service line, to remediate and abate all properties with lead-based paint, to remove all lead ammunition. I mean, it takes time and money to do that. So I think we're on the right path. Our approach to lead and ammunition is very similar to our other approaches to reducing exposure to lead in children and adults environment.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just want to be sure that we're informing the public as best we can, so they're making informed decisions and not misinformed
Yeah,
decisions.
yeah, and the partnership with DNR really has led us to, I think, better educate, inform the public than we were just a couple of months ago. So the work that we've heard from people who are advocating for this issue really helped us kind of move in that direction, brought our two agencies together to kind of like dust off the cobwebs, quite honestly, on this topic, and then make sure that what we had out there was best serving the public on this issue.
Again, thank you, and thank you, Robin, for my imposition there. Other questions from the board?
Chair.
Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So this has been a good discussion and the information's good. You know, there's another group that, you know, if you haven't reached out to and aren't collaborating with, is the subsistence communities out there. You know, the tribes are dependent on game, many of them for subsistence, and we just continue to do that no matter what the issues are out there because they're dependent on it. So there isn't collaboration there that there should be. A lot of the tribes do gather this information and do a lot of these studies, you know, themselves, which may improve your data. You know, the at-risk populations you mentioned before on the ages of children, if they don't include tribes, they should, because of that fact that these are subsistence communities, and in those children in those age groups are even at higher risks than the non-tribal populations in those age groups. You know, additionally, these communities in tribal nations are usually poorer, and the poorer communities, you add that on top of the subsistence issues, you know, when you add another level of risk to that in that category. You know, groups like GLIFWIC, Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission, GLITC, the Great Lakes Intertribal Council, WITCAC is Wisconsin Tribal Conservation Advisory Council. All of these groups would be greatly interested in collaboration, and if there isn't already, there probably is some, I'm certain, but you know, we don't want to overlook them when we're talking about risks and impacts on populations from lead, because subsistence gatherers, we're not just talking about venison, we're talking about bear, we're talking about turkey, we're talking about game birds. Well, all of those things are hunted with lead for the most part. Some of the game birds not, but yeah, those are some concerns that I have. And again, in DHS's arena, you know, those water concerns, tribes have the benefit of working with EPA on some of that, but EPA data out there isn't solid either, and water systems can be easily missed if they're not tested regularly. I mean, see Flint, Michigan, you know, I mean, unbelievable impacts. So I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing those because you didn't mention them, and if the collaboration isn't there, it needs to be. Thanks.
Thank you, Doug. Very important perspective here. Thank you. Other questions? Rachel?
Yeah, my question is if there's anything kind of in the works for an easier, more efficient lead detection method in meat. If you've seen or heard anything in your literature review.
I have not. No, I have not. Anything that I'm aware of. It's like I said, state of Minnesota has had a long practice of testing donated venison, and they to my knowledge, they're still, I know, I think it was one of your staff members that spoke with them directly. They're still using the X-ray to determine if there's lead in venison. Now there's a machine called an XRF that's used to detect lead in paint. My knowledge that isn't calibrated are built to test lead in venison, but so there are I don't want to like mislead you. There are other methods that are used to test for lead in our environment, but to my knowledge, for venison, for game meat, it's the X-ray that's being used.
So if a processor was taking in donated meat and wanted a sample, they would send a sample, or how does that process work?
I mean, that's a good question. There is no bigger system right now for them to routinely do that. So some of the work that was done previously was a very coordinated effort to get samples and take the meat to one place and x-ray it. So certainly, you know, if there's processors that are interested in this topic and they were to reach out, I mean, I think they're certainly they're part of this topic and part of the community. So certainly they'd be part of the ultimate solution, but there really isn't one way that they would do that.
Then follow up on that, if there's been a change in the adoption of lead-free alternatives, if you've tracked that and kind of given the outreach efforts, do you plan on kind of tracking that or redoing that 2008 survey just to see how far we've came, or if we've changed over time?
I don't know offhand of any concerted effort to at least test in Wisconsin, like whether messaging has been efficient or effective. Certainly we could see that there is a change maybe over time. We just don't know what that answer is right now. And I don't know if some of the other states that are working on this have tracked that. I was looking over at Eric to see, because he was just at the AFWA meeting where they talked about the adoption of some lead BMPs on this topic, but he doesn't look like he's signaling that he's got information, so. Maybe he does, if you don't mind.
Eric Lobner, Division Administrator for Fish, Wildlife, Parks.
Right. Thank
Welcome,
you.
Eric.
Thank you, Chair Smith, Secretary Young, rest of the Natural Resources Board. So as Jasmine just mentioned, just yesterday, as a matter of fact, I was at the AFWA annual meeting. And so there is currently a proposal, the AFWA, what that is the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies from around the country. And so one of the committees, we have a number of different committees that provide information to the main body. And one of the proposals that they're actually going to be voting on this afternoon, I was just looking at the clock because it's they're going to be voting on it this afternoon, are the lead BMPs, as Jasmine had mentioned. And so as background there, those BMPs were developed in conjunction with the industry. So federal arms, ammunition, local groups, the lead-free coalition, state agencies were involved in those conversations. And ultimately, those BMPs are recommending to avoid any sort of rules and laws that would specifically restrict the use of lead ammunition on public lands. And a lot of that is driven by the increased costs. Earlier it was mentioned about, groups that have access to a protein source. And so as you raise that price, their ability to access that protein source can be more limited. And so there was a concern about that. There's also concern about, the general regulations and how that can impact participation in hunting when you have one property allows lead, another doesn't allow lead, and you're literally across a fence line. And so that confusion and what that can do to ultimately impact people's interest and willingness to engage within hunting and subsistence collection of animals. So that came into play. And ultimately, that's part of the BMPs, is to work on exactly what we're talking about here, is just increasing awareness, allowing people to make informed choices of their consumption of their protein source. The information that Jasmine shared in conjunction with DHS and DNR, and making it people more aware when they're picking up that food at that food pantry is really critically important, just so they can make an informed decision of whether or not they want to consume that. And ultimately, we as hunters, have to be aware and conscious of the ammunition that we use. And there is no doubt, I'll just use myself as an example. I do have the luxury of being able to afford the increased costs of lead-free ammunition. I've transitioned to it years and years ago. But we also have to recognize that not everybody in society has that ability and the increased costs associated with that. And so just trying to find that balance is what this conversation is all about. And so AFWA is, like I said, they'll be voting on that this afternoon. I have every reason to believe, based on the conversations I had in the last couple of days, that it's going to pass. And so then ultimately it will be a kind of a more of a national approach to look at how do we increase awareness on this very issue. Well, does that answer?
Very helpful, Eric, very helpful. I have one question related to that, if I can again ask the board's consideration here. Has AFWA taken a position with the manufacturers to encourage a wider variety of calibers available in non-lead ammunition and to find ways to bring the price down?
Yeah, so there's always those conversations are ongoing. Ultimately looking at how do we work with the community, the manufacturers that produce those lead bullets. We could probably have a whole conversation on that, but there's a whole lot of effort that has gone into those, and the availability of that material that they need in order to make those lead-free bullets is also an issue to acknowledge as well for the manufacturer. Hence the increased costs and how they ultimately need to the production process to get us to a point of where you have that ammunition available to the public. Drives up the cost because it's sourcing that product in order to make the lead-free bullets is what drives that up. And so there are conversations to answer your question, Bill, though. How do we as a community, that's why AFWA formed this group to bring together the manufacturers, the user groups. We're talking, the hunting and fishing groups that are focused in on this, as well as even groups that deal with, say, the California condor. They're all at that table having those conversations about what can we do with this issue to help encourage the use of non-lead and ultimately look at then increasing and benefiting humans as well as wildlife.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Deb?
Last one here. From an education point of view, what kind of coordination is there between these agencies and, let's say, DPI, local school districts, et cetera, to inform them as far as what they could be doing to keep their families and kids safer and smarter?
So on this particular issue, lead and venison, there isn't a partnership beyond, if I'm blanking on, beyond DNR and DHS. However, one of my responsibilities, and this is from Governor Evers' charge, is to strengthen the partnership between state agencies. So we do have a partnership with the Department of Public Instruction. It's particularly focused on school-based exposure, school facilities with lead-based paint. So that's our primary concern. If you're aware, the city of Milwaukee is dealing with some challenges with their older school buildings and a couple of cases of children being poisoned in school buildings. So we're particularly focused on that. We have close relationship with other state agencies like Department of Children's Families is probably beyond, besides DNR, one of our strongest partnerships because they deal with children and families and one of our primary target audiences. So we do get a lot of information out there. Potentially this particular topic could be something that's added to that information that we share with families through DPI and DCF and other state agencies.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Robin?
Just have a brief question, and maybe this isn't very practical, but has there ever been any thought about positive reinforcement for folks who choose to use lead-free ammunition by like little stickers that say, this venison came from lead-free? I mean, is there, when venison is donated to a processor for a food pantry, can they signal that, this has been lead-free? I mean, is there some thought about like having people take pride in the fact that they're doing a good thing?
I think that's a great question. It's not something in this last year of this effort that we talked about, but as I mentioned earlier, our DNR staff that coordinate the deer donation program have been involved in this effort and have been in communication with the coordinators for the donation program. So certainly I think moving forward, making sure that all of those folks are at the table, we can explore some other ideas. The flyer that we did was just kind of first step, this is what we can accomplish in this time period. We want to get the message out there now. And I think there are a number of different routes we could consider to do more than just have a flyer up. So, but that's a great idea. Again, to that idea of kind of voluntary compliance, compelling folks to make that decision. So,
Thank you.
Other questions? I have one just for clarification. The notice that you provide to the food pantries, is that the notice that was in our overheads here?
yeah.
The
yeah,
print is so fine, I can't really read it.
Yeah, and we can send that. We didn't provide a packet beforehand, but we're happy to. That one's finalized. That one has already been distributed. The two-sided colored flyer that's going to be more public consumption, that's not quite finalized, but should be available before the firearm season opens.
Thank you. One last call for questions or comments. Jasmine, Brian, again, thanks for your hard work on this issue. It's challenging. I'm sure we'll talk more in the future. It's going to evolve. Thank you. Okay, our next topic is 6B, Fish and Wildlife Account Audit. Maggie Hutter, Director of Management and Budget. Hi, Maggie. Welcome.
Chair Smith, Secretary Young, members of the board. I'm Maggie Hutter. I'm the Director of Management and Budget for the agency, and I have an overview for you of the results of the Fish and Wildlife Account Audit that the State Legislative Audit Bureau recently conducted on the agency. All right, so this audit covered kind of two pots of money at the DNR. So our state fish and wildlife account, and then certain federal funds, including the Pittman-Robertson grant, which is also called Wildlife Restoration, and the Dingle-Johnson grant, which is also known as Sport Fish Restoration. And the audit assessed our expenditures that were for activities that primarily benefited hunters and anglers, our expenditures that benefited hunters, anglers, and other users, our expenditures that did not really directly benefit hunters and anglers, how much we spent on administrative costs, and then if the wildlife restoration and sport fish restoration funds were spent for eligible grant activities. And I think it's important to note that that's what they audited for, but what they audited for isn't exactly what we're statutorily allowed to use the money for. So it's a subset of what we're allowed to use the money for. And per Wisconsin statutes, we can use fishing license and hunting license revenue for only the administration of the department when it is exercising our responsibilities that are specific to the management of the fish and wildlife resources of the state. And I think that's important that this is fish and wildlife, not sport fish and game. So it's a little bit more expansive than just sport fish and game. And for the audit, 100% of state fish and wildlife account funds were spent in accordance with that statutory requirement. So everything was for fish, wildlife management, and the administration of the department in exercising those. And then to look at that a little more closely based on those audit categories. So $83 million, or 89.3% of our expenditures benefited hunters and anglers, as well as some other users. And we think that's really, really awesome. It shows that over decades, the department has put a lot of work into making sure that we carefully track this money. What are we spending it on? How are we spending it? And how are we getting it back to the benefit of our user groups? And we can break that down a little bit further in these categories that the Legislative Audit Bureau came up with. So 46.3 million, 49.8% was spent for activities that primarily benefited hunters and anglers. So these are activities that other user groups don't really see much benefit from at all. So this would be our game species management and research. So really focused just on game species. This is the hunting and fishing enforcement that our wardens do throughout the state to make sure we're appropriately managing those resources and that the public is adhering to all of our fish and game rules. And then also any hunting and fishing outreach and education that our three programs do. So helping people learn, if I want to hunt, how do I do it? helping them gain those skills. Those are all activities that really just benefit the hunting and angling populations of the state. The next category is that benefiting hunters and anglers and other users. And this was 39.5% of our expenditures, about 36.7 million. And we've gotten some interesting feedback based on these different categories of some people that I think might be confused as to how these categories interact. So that top category, just hunters and anglers. The second category, still a lot of benefit for our hunters and anglers. There are just some other populations out there that will also see benefit. So some of that is our facilities and property management. DNR owns a lot of different types of properties. And if we look at the main properties that our hunting and angling populations are looking at, and the main properties that this audit was looking at, it's our fisheries areas and our wildlife areas. These are areas we own and manage specifically to enable hunting and fishing opportunities. But I think it's important to remember, you can also just go hike there. You can go berry picking, bird watching. All of these other activities can be done on these properties that aren't hunting and angling. So all of those users still see a benefit to our owning and managing those properties, but it doesn't diminish the benefit that our hunting and angling populations see from what we're doing to manage those areas. Shooting range management is another great example. We have a lot of recreational shooters in the state who use our shooting ranges just to target shoot, to go out and see how good they can be with their weapons. But we also have those facilities so our hunters have a place to sight in their rifle in a safe way as they prepare for a hunting season. So just because our recreational shooters see a benefit and they don't hunt, our hunters still see the benefit that they need and want from those facilities. Additionally, our wildlife damage abatement and claims program is actually funded through a surcharge on some hunting licenses. And our farming population sees a lot of benefit from these programs. They're largely designed to help them if they have depredation or agricultural damage from wildlife species, from these game species. And in exchange for help from this program, they have to open their land for our hunting populations. There are some different ways to open their land. It can be limited or really open, but there are specific game tags that they have to provide to the public to increase our hunting opportunity. So again, this multiple user groups are benefiting, but our hunters still seeing a lot of benefit. And then finally, our wildlife habitat improvement and conservation activities. We all benefit from having native species, good habitat. Our hunting and angling populations absolutely benefit, and our game species are more likely to stick around if they have a good habitat to live in. But also all of our non-game species see a benefit as well. Our hikers see a benefit from getting to hike through native landscapes. So it really is, this category shows just how much of our work is interdisciplinary. And we think it's good that a lot of people benefit from the work that we do. Moving on to the next category. So this is our administrative costs. And we are capped by statute at 16% of our expenditures can be for administrative costs. The audit found that 10.3% of our expenditures were for administrative costs. So we're well below that statutory limit. And we actually reduced our administrative costs from the last audit. The 2004-2005 audit found that we were at 11%. So we brought that down just a little bit. And then the final category for the Fish and Wildlife account dollars is activities that did not directly benefit hunters and anglers, about $300,000 or 0.3% of our expenditures. And it was still for the benefit of other wild plant and animal species in the state. So this would be like ginseng and wild rice enforcement, or some non-game species work like on prairie chickens, wolf, migratory birds, things like that. So still well within that statutory requirement that we're spending the money for the fish and wildlife of the state. And then looking at our Pittman-Robertson and Sportfish Restoration grants, the audit found that 100% of our costs in those categories were spent for eligible grant activities. So love to see that. The audit did come with some recommendations for us for some improvements, so I'm gonna walk you through those. The audit found what we count to be 5 recommendations. The Legislative Audit Bureau counted 9. And just to explain that difference, in the audit report, it'll say recommendation with a check mark. We counted each time the audit report says recommendation with the check mark. And then the Audit Bureau counted each of the bullet points below those recommendations, or the recommendation checkpoint thing, as a recommendation. So they counted 9, we counted 5. We're reading the same things, we're acknowledging the same things. It's just a way of counting. But just so you know why that might be different from what you might have read in the press or from the Audit Bureau. So recommendation 1, or 1 and 2, the Audit Bureau, is about how we allocate shared costs. And you'll have to stick with me here. Some of these recommendations are a little technical. A lot of DNR's appropriations are pretty big and multifaceted. So if we look at our Fish, Wildlife, and Parks program, they have a big appropriation for general operations. And parks get money from that, fisheries, wildlife, natural heritage conservation, their Office of Business Services, everybody gets money from that appropriation. And the department has to think, okay, how do we allocate those costs to our different conservation fund accounts? Because we have the Fish and Wildlife account, and we have the Parks account, and we have the Endangered Resources account, and we have to make sure that we're putting all of our expenses in the right fit. And so for every different appropriation that has multiple accounts feeding into it, we come up with a methodology that funnels all of the expenses to the right account to keep this integrity of our fund sources. And we have a large database that has exactly for every appropriation, every portion of every appropriation, how we calculate that. And we provided it to the Legislative Audit Bureau. And they didn't have any issues that they raised with any of our methodology, which is really great. But what we didn't have, so if DNR gets a new appropriation, we have to come up with a new methodology. And we have a process for that, but it's not written down. And so they're saying, hey, you need to create a methodology, you need to change a methodology, write down the process of how you go about making those decisions and who gets to sign off on it. And that's a great recommendation. We are super happy to comply with it and just make sure that we're consistent over time with how we go through our decision making and how that works. And then part of this, the second bullet point here is how often are we reviewing our methodology to make sure it still works for us, and who at DNR is responsible for all of that. So we'll include that in there, and that'll be very easy for us to comply with, and we're super happy to do it. Recommendation number 2. So this is another weedy recommendation for you all. So every year, at the end of the fiscal year, department produces a financial report. And it shows all of our appropriations, all of our different fund sources, whether that's appropriation fund and all of the accounts, our TR, program revenue, all in this one document. And it's a good place for us to refer back and see, all right, this year, how much did we spend out of each account, each appropriation? And we've been working on updating the way we put that together, that financial report. All the technology changes, we're trying to automate it, make it go a lot faster, a lot smoother. And the audit year was our very first automation year. So they caught a hiccup. And we were well aware that it was in there. There are 3 lines on that financial report, which are Fish and Wildlife account lines. And we made sure those lines zeroed out so the expenditures are equal to the revenue. But they're not in the exact same section of the spreadsheet as the Fish and Wildlife account. They're reported separately down below. And the Legislative Audit Bureau is saying, okay, go in and manually change that output from our system and bring those 3 lines up to the Fish and Wildlife account so that we see them in the right spot. And again, a great recommendation. It'll make it really clear in future years if we look back at FY24, so we know that those 3 lines, for anybody that looks at them, that they belong with the Fish and Wildlife. So we will go in make those changes. And then they also ask, because we're in the middle of this automation process and making sure it works right, just do some checks on ourselves, ensure that the process works right, and that everything is adjusted properly, and that the automation process just does that automatically next year. And it does. We've closed the books for FY25, and so that should just feed right into that. Recommendations 3 and 4. So DNR produces every even number year a report about our Fish and Wildlife account expenditures. This is a report required under statute, and it really just shows anything we're spending that money on. We give some accomplishments of our wildlife program and our fisheries program, and then we show how much money we're spending. And we try to categorize things. This is a report for the legislature, and we want them to be able to easily digest this information. So we categorize things into several different categories, but it includes fisheries category, a law enforcement category, wildlife category. Those are our biggest categories for the Fish and Wildlife expenditures. Then we have a program support category. And when we describe this program support category, we mention DNR is limited to spending 16% of our expenditures on administrative costs. And administrative costs are actually defined for us, what counts in that calculation. But some of the things we list under this program support category don't factor into that 16%. So it can be a little bit confusing when you look at it. One of the things in here, so our legal services count as administration, our accountants, they count as administration. But then we list our environmental analysis and sustainability program under here, and they don't count as administration. We use them for very specific purposes. We're going to do some renovations at a fish hatchery, which happens to be historic. We reach out to the environmental services section, and they make sure that we comply with all historic preservation laws. So it's not an administrative cost. It's a direct cost that we have to use. So it really doesn't belong in this program under that 16% category. And they're recommending that we make that more clear and make sure that everything in the program support category is actually an administrative expense. So it's easier for the legislature and the public to accurately identify what we're counting as administrative expense. And it's really an excellent recommendation. We appreciate it. We have this report is due in early 2026. So we will absolutely make those adjustments and report that as they additionally, related to that biennial report is recommendation number 4. And this recommendation is just, you could provide more information in that report. And this largely came about, the Legislative Audit Bureau called a lot of our stakeholders and said, hey, what do you want to see from the DNR? And this is one thing that a lot of them mentioned. And we try to provide any information that our partners, our interest groups, the legislature, if anybody asks us for, we try to provide it for them when they ask. Our ability to increase what's in this report can be limited. As we've talked about in previous board meetings, we've lost a lot of staff over the years. So we have to be very careful when we're making decisions on what we're going to do. And their recommendation doesn't say that we're not complying with the statutory requirements for the report. We actually asked them, and they said, no, you're complying with what's required under statute, but you could always go above and beyond. And we appreciate that. But what we're able to add in addition to our statutory requirements will be limited just by staff time. And some things will be easy to add. At the end of every year, we calculate what is the balance in the Fish and Wildlife account. Happy to add that so people can track over time how much money is in that account. But it'll be limited as to what more we can include. And finally, recommendation number 5 is related to how we code time and approve time for supervisors. So when a DNR staff person codes their time, we go in, you say how many hours you worked on a certain day doing certain activities. So we can look at the wardens. They're a really good example because they have so many different time codes. If they're doing fishing enforcement, they code their time specifically to, I was doing fishing enforcement. And if they're doing boating safety enforcement, they're coding their time to how they were doing boating safety. And on top of that, we tell them that you don't code your time based on what you planned to do that day. You code your time based on what you actually did that day. So if you go out and do some recreational boating safety, make sure people aren't operating while intoxicated, do that for 2 hours, and then you come upon a boat, one person fishing, and they have just a boat full of walleye. You're like, well, that's too many walleye for any one person. That warden knows right then, like, okay, I'm no longer doing recreational boating enforcement. I'm doing fishing enforcement. And that's how they would code their time based on what they ended up doing that day, not necessarily what they did. And the Legislative Audit Bureau looked at a bunch of people's time and analyzed how they were coding their time, how often they were using time codes. And they didn't find any issues really to flag for us that anybody was doing anything wrong. But what they did notice is we don't have one cohesive document that says, all right, supervisors, and it's a supervisor's job after their employee fills out their time card for the week, goes to the supervisor has to sign off on it. And their LAB is asking that we have one document that says, all right, supervisors, when you get this time card, here's what you're looking at, right? Is this time appropriate? Does it reflect what your employee actually did? Not what they planned to do. Did they use all of their leave time for when they were out? Did they justify their overtime? Make sure all of that is in one place and that we routinely provide training for our supervisors to make sure that they're looking at everything properly, to make sure that all the time is being accounted for. Because time is our biggest expense, right? Our staff salaries and fringe benefits. So just make sure that's all in one place and that we're treating all of our supervisors and staff on appropriate time coding methods. And they've asked us to report back on all of these recommendations by March, which we are super happy to do. And finally, next steps. It's up to the Joint Legislative Audit Committee if they want to hold a hearing on the outcome of this audit. They may or may not. Your guess is as good as mine. If they choose to hold a hearing, we're super happy to go and talk to them about it. And finally, we're hoping to work with legislators on a solution to the Fish and Wildlife account. This audit was largely called because they wanted to make sure we were appropriately spending the Fish and Wildlife account dollars. And we think that spending 90% for the benefit of hunters, anglers, and other users and our 10% for administrative costs, we think that's pretty great, pretty reasonable. So we look forward to working with them going forward on the solution.
Feel like we should applaud you.
So before we get into questions, I'd like to mention we did receive some written correspondence on this topic as well. Came from Wisconsin Wildlife Federation. It's a copy of their news release that they sent out, and they wanted to make sure the board was aware of that. Commending the Legislative Audit Bureau for their fine work on this audit and a strong call for collaboration on a solution to the Fish and Wildlife fee adjustments and long-term budget solutions, what Maggie's talking about now. And I should single out Cody Kamrowski, Executive Director there, for also playing a broader role in this whole budget discussion with a number of the conservation partner groups. Cody's doing excellent work. So with that, are there questions from the board? Jeff?
So is that public information, like if we found a boatload of walleye, where that would be?
I don't know, does the warden want to?
No.
No, okay.
So I got a more serious question.
Yeah.
So I work in the nonprofit for quite some time, and there are grants available, but typically they want a matching. So is that, in the past, it's been kind of hard to get like a matching from the DNR. Is there a way that that could happen? And just, like, I'll I worked with stream restoration, for example, and there are a lot of United States Department of Agriculture grants that are available, but they're always looking for a match. So all the grant folks that are providing grants, they always like to see a match. So is there a way for nonprofits to utilize DNR fundings that they secure as match?
We do have some grants for different nonprofits or local governments. Whether those funds can be used to match federal dollars would probably depend on the specific regulations related to each of our different grants.
Okay, yeah.
So without a specific example, like without a specific grant, which if you have things you're thinking about in particular, I'm happy to work to see what we have and what that can.
We secured like a $9 million USDA grant.
Sure.
Conservation Partners Program.
Mhm.
And I got like 50 letters of support, and the DNR supported that, but they would not say, and I know they spent over $400,000 on stream restoration work, their habitat crews and so forth. But it was hard to get a commitment that, even if it was conservative, it was hard to get I needed a commitment,
Yeah.
kind of a thing, not we're supportive of your.
And that can be very difficult. So when we spend money on stream bank restoration or something, a lot of the times we're using that to match our federal dollars. So we have to match sport fish restoration dollars, and you can't double dip on
Sure.
match.
I appreciate that. I guess that's not the message I guess I would have been. Yeah, I get that totally. Okay, all right, thanks.
Other questions, comments? Robin?
Well, I would just make a comment. I don't remember in my years of working with the Legislative Audit Bureau, an audit where there's 100% of the funds that were spent in accordance with statutory mandates. So big congratulations to you, but to everybody in the department, because it is no easy task to make sure that staff are recording their time to the right thing based on what they do and not what they planned. And it's complicated. And so that's a huge finding here. And I really appreciate you clarifying that this is not, the mandate is not for sport fish and game. It's for fish and wildlife resources. And I think that's clearly a huge part of that benefits the sport fish and game communities. But as you said, the fact that we're also benefiting others is just, more kudos to how how important this account is and why it's so important to make sure that the department is doing what they're obligated to do. So I really hope that this gives confidence to all of the legislators and to the public that this is an incredibly well-managed fund that is very sorely lacking sufficient funding to do what they need to do. That's my comment.
Thank you, Robin. Patty?
I too wanted to comment on 100%. I mean, perfection. I mean, that's a big thing. And, and as we always say, there's room for improvement. There's room for improvement. Room for improvement on 100% elevates the expectations for everybody else so much. And I just really appreciate all the hard work you guys all do.
Other questions, comments?
I'll just follow up with what Robin was saying. I think, groups like Cody, that's working with their partners, and that they were kind of waiting for this audit thing to show that, we are using the funds wisely, and any initiative that they're trying to come forward with, this only, supports what they're trying to do. So yeah, it was a win-win.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just agree. I'm sure it wasn't a fun process to go through an audit, never is, but really appreciate the results of it. Where it worked out for the best, and yeah, just in the conversations that we all have with the department and citizens out there, to be able to have these numbers to be able to show, and so hopefully they get really elevated and people take their notes and have them on the card for easy answers.
Okay, I hate to break into the sunshine of the celebration, but I think there's one question that would be helpful for the public, the audience to understand, I think in more clear context. When the news release went out from the Legislative Audit Bureau, there were individual voices out there that came back and communicated their dissatisfaction with the department and continued to beat the drum that these funds are not being spent to the benefit of fish and wildlife management and the hunters and anglers. Maggie, could you talk about that at all and help us understand why we're getting that pushback on a perfect audit?
Sure. And actually, if you don't mind, can Deputy Secretary Little step up here and help us answer some of those questions?
He sure can. I should note that some of those individual voices are legislative voices too. Stephen Little, Deputy Secretary, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Young, members of the board. I really appreciate the opportunity to get a chance to spend a few minutes with you and talk to you about some of the responses that we've received from our legislative friends. Just to kind of set the table a little bit, we were very excited to have the Audit Bureau come in and do the audit of the Fish and Wildlife account because for the last 2 biennium, we have been raising alarm bells about the structural integrity of the account itself. And we were hopeful that the audit process would show that we are appropriately managing the funds of this account and clear the way towards having a conversation about solving the problem. And it's with that hope that we went into the audit. Maggie is up here talking about the results, but there were several staff that were integral in terms of providing the information that was needed to the auditors to do their job. We are very happy with that result. I wish I could say that the response we've received from the legislators would be one of its support of the work that was done and an acknowledgement of the good work that we have been, that has been shown by the audit results. Excuse me. Unfortunately, the response we've received so far has been one of creating this false narrative around the fact that hunters and anglers are not primarily benefiting from the fees that are brought in from licensing around hunters and anglers. This false narrative creates a disservice to the hunters and anglers. It creates, I guess, mistrust of the department. And it also obscures the solutions that we need to be getting to resolve the problem that's at hand. You know, one legislator wrote that this report backs up my stance that fee increases were a premature approach to balancing the fish and wildlife account. Better fiscal management may be the solution. One bright side of the fact that half the account expenditures aren't primarily benefiting our sportsmen is the fact that the DNR has plenty of room to make cuts in the non-revenue generating activities of programs to balance the books. I don't know how to respond to that. I mean, we just heard that over 90% or 90% of the fees are actually benefiting primarily hunters, anglers, but then also other users. You know, I guess as an analogy, when I go to Culver's, when I order like my chicken tenders and I get like a side of sauce on it, you know, I may use half the sauce on half the chicken fingers, but they're still chicken tender fingers, right? I mean, we're still getting the benefit of that yummy, delicious treat. So I just, I don't understand. I mean, the idea about waste and abuse and bureaucratic kind of changes, it's contrary to what the findings of the audit said. There was no misuse of funds. Administrative costs are modest and essential. They ensure that licenses are valid, poaching laws are being enforced, habitat projects are moving forward. That's not waste. That's the foundation of the outdoor opportunities that hunters and anglers rely on. Another legislator said in his press release
we get blasted for shortchanging Wisconsin anglers and hunters. The LAB made 9 recommendations to improve transparency and accountability, but the DNR will likely sit on their hands and ignore them. You deserve better. The DNR needs to stop diverting dollars away from woods, water, and wildlife, and actually support the hunters and anglers who built Wisconsin's outdoor heritage. Again, this legislator is talking about a lack of accountability and a need for more oversight. But this is exactly what this audit demonstrated. When the LAB reviewed our books, they confirmed the appropriate use. We welcomed this oversight, and we cooperated fully with the LAB. Pretending otherwise misleads the public and distracts from the real issue, the funding model itself. We received another release from a legislative committee. The headline is Audit Shows DNR Spending Less to Support Wisconsin Hunters and Fishing. Report also recommends updates to DNR policies and expense reporting. To say that there are serious concerns and there is need for reform, again, the Audit Bureau did make some recommendations. They always do. And we intend to comply with all those recommendations. But again, the Legislative Audit Bureau also confirmed that 90% of the funds that we were using support hunters, fishers, and other users. The 10% administrative cost is 6% below what is statutorily required. To characterize this as anything more than a success is simply not supported by the facts of the audit. And I guess what I'm really frustrated about, and you can hear it in my voice, is that it really does obscure the real challenge that we have here. The real challenge is not how the funds are being managed, but the real challenge is the revenue that the system is bringing in. Those hunting and fishing licenses haven't increased in nearly 20 years. That means the time, the cost for habitat restoration, fish stocking, wildlife enforcement, public land management have all gone up since 2005, all gone up because of inflation. So we are essentially managing our conservation programs on a 2005 budget. The Legislative Audit Bureau confirmed that hunters and anglers are getting a tremendous value, with 90% of the dollars going directly back to the activities that they care about. But here's the challenge. Those hunting and fishing licenses, like I said, haven't increased in nearly 20 years. These costs keep going up, but the revenues are stuck in 2005. You know, it's a bit like the Costco hot dog. I don't know why I'm talking about food. It's getting towards lunch. But everybody knows and loves the fact that it's still $1.50. And it's been that way for nearly 40 years. But here's the key difference. Costco can keep their hot dog prices frozen because they're able to subsidize that cost by membership fees and other revenues. The DNR does not have that luxury. If we keep licenses flat forever, it's like buying a pickup truck in 2005 and then never paying for maintenance. Sooner or later, that system is going to break down. So for the past 2 biennium, the check engine light has been flashing this account, and it's really now time to start addressing the real problems. So with that, I'd like to say that we are proud of the audit and what it showed. The Wisconsinites at the Fish and Wildlife account that we manage, we're proud of the results, and we really want to get to the serious business of finding a solution. Wisconsin's outdoor recreation economy brings in about $11.3 billion a year. I think it's a shame that we can't start having a conversation about solving the underpinnings of what supports this great state in this economy. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I can't help but emphasize that the audit was prepared by the Legislative Nonpartisan Audit Bureau. And that's really the criticism and the argument that what that audit's findings are all about. And the other point that strikes me is that the hunters and anglers that are being referenced are the same people that have been calling for license fee increases for the last several bienniums to no avail. So pick your message. Thank you. Are there other questions or comments from the board?
I would
Yeah.
like to make a Costco comment. Just because my husband has to go to Costco's Anonymous because of his addiction, but as you said, Stephen, where does Costco make its money? On its membership. That's where they make their money. So to say that fees should not be generating services is ridiculous. They make the majority of their money on their membership fees.
Other questions, Robin?
So just an observation that, so my husband is an avid hunter and he pays for his hunting license. But I'm not sure if he's actually sitting in a bar or if he's out walking in the woods. We don't get meat back. And I think that
Sounds like a poor.
I think that he benefits not because he's out harvesting game, because I think he just likes to walk in the woods personally, which is fine. But that's one of those extra benefits that you get. Even though he pays for his license, he also gets more benefit from just accessing those lands than actually in the hunting activity itself. And we have a puppy now, so maybe he'll be more successful at some of his hunting adventures. But I think it's really important to note that there's so many more benefits than direct fish and game productivity. And so those animals thrive because we have a diverse ecosystem. And so it takes resources to manage lands to provide that diversity so that those species that are ones that are available for hunting and fishing do better. So to not recognize that would be a flaw in the audit. And I really appreciate that the Audit Bureau recognized that that is all part of the equation. So just, and don't tell my husband I said that.
Record.
Other questions or comments? Patty?
I would just like to say that, there's always got to be a sticky wicket in every report and that. And from a perspective of family raised in hunting and fishing and all the things that come with the DNR, to know that this report reflects the actual outcomes is very important. And when people are using misinformation to get their point across, they're doing it to certain people. I would hazard a guess that 95 to 99% of the people who utilize the parks, the recreation, the DNR programs, hunting and fishing, are very happy with how the programs are run. They're not happy if they don't get their big buck. They're not happy if they don't get their big fish. And it's got to be someone's fault. It's easier to say it's because of mismanagement of funds than it is to say, I suck at hunting or fishing. That's my part.
You blew my cover, Patty. I'd like to comment too on one other aspect of this that has been a little bit glossed over in the flurry of discussion. Stephen, I appreciate that the department's been operating on the 2005 budget since then with the fish and game accounts. I only wish you had the positions you had back in 2005 to try and implement those programs. But the fact is, you and your predecessors have worked really hard to operate on a balanced budget every year. And every year it gets more expensive. Positions are unaffordable and they go by the wayside, often quietly and unnoticed. And the end result is there's a lot fewer people around to try and run conservation programs now than there were then. And it's a direct result of lack of funding increases to go with the cost of inflation, the cost of materials, the cost of salaries. So there's a huge loss of capacity here as well. And I just want to recognize and emphasize that as an important part of this whole budget dilemma. Any more questions or comments? Okay, thank you both very much. Very informative. It's that time of the day when I always check with the board and say, do you want to break for lunch or do you want to keep going?
Keep going.
Okay, I hear full speed ahead. Next item on our agenda is 6C, the 2025 PFAS-based Fish and Wildlife Advisories. Again, Jasmine Batten, Wildlife Health Section Supervisor, and Mimi Johnson, Office of Emerging Contaminants Directors. Welcome, Mimi.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Secretary Hyun, and members of the board. I'm Mimi Johnson. I'm Director of the Office of Emerging Contaminants in the Environmental Management Division. Today we're going to talk about a pretty complex topic with a very narrow scope. So that's where Jasmine's going to come in. But I'm going to give you a quick primer on PFAS before we get into it, just so that we have kind of a level playing field here. And we do have some of our colleagues from the Department of Health Services, as well as the fisheries and wildlife toxicologist, available to answer questions more specific to this topic as we get through it. Okay, so per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, are a very large group of human-made chemicals. They were first created in a lab back in the 1930s, and it's estimated there may be about 15,000 different chemicals that fall into this family. PFAS are nicknamed forever chemicals because of their durability, and this is in part because the molecular structure of these compounds is incredibly strong, and some of the useful properties, such as being slippery and being able to repel water, grease, and oil, are of value. So here's just a quick wheel of different products that might contain PFAS. They're used in industries such as aviation and aerospace, electronics, medicine, and firefighting. They've historically been used in consumer products like nonstick pans, stain-resistant carpet and furniture, water-repellent tents and rain gear, personal care products like dental floss and makeup, as well as food packaging, including takeout containers, fast food wrappers, and pizza boxes. They've reached the environment through manufacturing, use, and disposal of these different products. So what are we doing about it here in Wisconsin? Well, we take a health-based approach to address PFAS. This involves disrupting the exposure cycle, such as treating drinking water to remove PFAS or using alternative water sources, reducing discharges to the environment, and working with those responsible for contamination to ensure it's cleaned up and removed from the environment. PFAS have been used for so long and in such wide variety of products that it's not always possible to determine the source of the specific contamination. So we have, as you see here with these 3 bullets, we have implemented state standards back in 2022. We promulgated standards for PFAS in surface water and drinking water, and we are currently, rulemaking is underway to update the drinking water standards and establish groundwater standards for PFAS. We also sample. The only way we can disrupt our exposure is if we know that contamination is taking place. And so we have a variety of both required and voluntary sampling efforts for surface water, drinking water, groundwater, fish and wildlife. We have a PFAS data viewer that's available to the public, which includes access points to different databases and data sets with this information. We also work in coordination with our sister agencies. Again, Department of Health Services is here today to speak to this. We also work regionally with other state and provincial governments and in partnership with local and federal governments. We also have developed resources and help communities access and understand resources that might be available to them and how they might be able to address PFAS contamination. And then specific to consumption advisories, the advisories we're going to talk through today were developed with extensive collaboration with our sister agency, DHS, also with DATCAP. And we work closely with the Department of Health Services to advise impacted communities about actions to reduce their health risks. And up here, you'll see just a handful of the different potential health impacts that may take place due to exposure to PFAS. Almost all humans have measurable amounts of PFAS in their blood, but it's difficult to assess an individual's unique risks based on their PFAS level. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jasmine, who's going to talk through these recent advisories.
Hello again. So as Mimi mentioned, the PFAS conversation is very large in scope, and the work that's being done from DNR's perspective covers many programs. And so we're really just focusing, the purpose of being here today is to make sure that we're sharing the new advisories that came out a couple weeks ago and focusing on that topic. But to start, I just wanted to give a really quick overview on fish and wildlife consumption advisories. And I will share that I'm going to talk about a fish advisory that's on behalf of our fisheries management program, just to simplify and have you all not have to listen to too many people talk today. So in terms of fish, there is a very long history of contaminants monitoring. Annually, there's about 10 to 25 sites that are tested per year. A lot of that focus has been mercury and PCBs, but more recently, in more recent years, as we're aware of PFAS has been incorporated into that routine monitoring. In terms of how do we get to the point of a fish consumption advisory or wildlife consumption advisory, our staff works as part of the Great Lakes Consortium for Fish Consumption Advisories. This is a group consisting of up to eight Great Lakes states, fisheries management experts, water quality experts, and public health officials. This group has been working loosely since the early 1980s, and their purpose is to share and review data on fish contaminants, evaluate both the health risks and the benefits of eating local fish in the Great Lakes areas, and then ultimately recommending uniform advisory levels or kind of those cutoff guideline for fish. From that point, when those guidelines are out there, our DNR staff, especially our toxicologists and others, work very closely with the Department of Health Services to review that information, review that data, interpret the science, and come up with the actual advisories based on what we know about our environmental testing and testing of fish and wildlife. Now, I will say we do adapt those same guidelines for our wildlife species. At this point, we don't have that same robust data set or kind of long-term monitoring that exists in the fisheries world. And so we are adapting those levels that are recommended for wildlife species. And really, I think an important point to make is that our consumption advisories are not regulatory. So it is not the same as the water standards world where there's laws and regulations in place. These really are intended to ensure that our consumers of fish and game have that opportunity to make informed decisions and balance that benefit that we get from healthy fish and healthy protein sources with the possible risk of environmental contamination exposure. And so just a few weeks ago, we had our press releases out announcing some new and updated PFAS-based consumption advisories. We're going to go through two different areas of the state separately. And for each, I'll just give very high level, quick background of kind of how did we get to that point? How did we know that there was need for an advisory? So first, we're going to discuss PFAS near the town of Stella in Oneida County. So in this area, groundwater contamination was found during a 2022 statewide study of private well water. So as the statewide study was done, this was identified as an area of concern, partly because of the levels of contamination that were found in that area, as well as the local interest, and a number of additional sampling efforts took place. This is kind of the way it often goes with our wildlife sampling. Although we can't predict the level of tissue contamination based just on the environmental contamination, we do know that if there's increased levels, there is a concern that those wildlife species that are drinking that surface water and coming into contact with contaminated plants and soil might have elevated levels. So the well water study led to additional sampling of surface water, fish, and deer in that area. So that leads us to where we landed with this recent PFAS consumption-based advisory within Oneida County. First, we'll talk about the fish advisory. So there was a fish advisory in place for the Moen chain, but this press release announced some updates to that. So at this point, the advisory recommends for the entire Moen chain a do not eat any fish species advisory. The Moen chain includes Moen Lake, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th lake. This advisory also includes a do not advisory for all fish species in Sunset Lake, Snowden Lake, and in addition to Starks Creek, upstream to Starks Spring and including Starks Spring. So those are the water bodies that are highlighted in that orangish reddish color on the map. Additionally, for fish within a 5-mile radius around the town of Stella from the town hall specifically, it is recommended for deer hunters and consumers of venison that muscle from deer in that area is only consumed in 1 meal per month, and that liver is not consumed. And that's a pretty common thing we see with contaminants, that liver and other organs often have the highest levels of these contaminants. I will mention on the deer advisory, that was a voluntary sample submission effort. So because there was that big interest in the community, hunters were solicited last year to submit samples from their deer. So that's been, I think, a lot of interest driven in that area and shows how engaged that those members of that community are. So moving forward and talking about the other advisories that have been released, looking at the water body of Green Bay. So this is kind of an interesting area where there is a long history of contaminants monitoring. And I'm not going to really get into that background. That's other program staff's work, and I'm just here to share the wildlife advisories. However, because of the work in that area related to PCB monitoring, there was EPA funding available to look at PCB levels in that area and reassess those advisories. So in 2022 to 2024, resident mallard duck breast muscle was collected, again, because of that funding to reassess PCBs. But then because there was awareness that PFAS is a growing concern and that maybe our wildlife sampling has been a little bit inadequate or behind the times, those samples that were left over were additionally sampled for PFAS. So this was a different kind of story of how we got there. It was opportunistic sampling, but those tissues did have elevated PFAS levels. One important point, I think these advisories, when we're talking about waterfowl or migratory birds, things that are flying big distance, it's a complicated topic. And so we know that birds move around, but because these ducks were sampled in July and August, and it include juvenile samples, we know those elevated levels were indeed local birds, so birds that had been exposed at that point. So we're well aware that there could be birds there this fall that come from somewhere else, but there is that increased risk for if you're harvesting ducks in that area that they could have elevated levels. And so to go over the actual advisory in the water body of Green Bay, so we've got the map up there. It's probably not all that clear, but the larger area that shows on the map, it's got orange hashtags. Not sure if you guys can see that, but it starts at the city of Marinette across to Sturgeon Bay and then goes south in the bay to Longtail Point. Within that area, for our hunters, the advisory is to consume only 1 meal per month of mallards and 1 meal per week of wood ducks. So wood ducks did have a significantly, mallards had a significantly high. And then the second piece of the advisory is that the lowest part of the bay, down from that Longtail Point to Point of Sable and south to the mouth of the Fox River. So it looks like red hash area, that smaller southern point of the bay, is just a total mallards do not eat advisory recommendation. So I did just want to share for your awareness, just really briefly, kind of what some of our communication and outreach has been. It's a lengthy process to work through these advisories. And by the time we were able to get these advisories finalized with DHS, we realized we're coming close to our hunting seasons. We're there now. So we did make sure though that prior to our press releases that went out, we had pre-notification first to our tribal and other governmental partners, so both other governmental agencies and local government officials. And there's a whole list of other key stakeholders in both of those areas that we were able to give a heads up courtesy notification, especially in Green Bay with some of the remediation work and efforts that have been impacted by the PFAS results. Many engaged partners that were very aware of this topic. So we were able to share those results with them, as well as some of our hunting and conservation groups. We have updated our electronic hunting regulation booklets, as well as the Choose Wisely booklet, which is the kind of the source that has all of our fish consumption advisories listed. So those have both been updated online. They can be updated in the print version next year. And then we did create a number of web updates just to make sure that any of the appropriate touch points, like safely consuming venison, fishing pages, have noticed that we have new advisories. And just wrapping up the next steps. Obviously, the PFAS concerns we're in this probably for the long haul. This is not an easy problem. We're probably going to hear about this with the board many more times. But right now, in terms of these advisories, we do have additional sampling of waterfowl in the Green Bay area underway this fall. So again, just trying to get more information. There'll be an opportunity to sample birds that are there at a different time of year. Just trying to get as much information as we can and then adapt any of these advisories over time as necessary. We do not have additional wildlife sampling in the Stella area at this point. I don't know if there'll be more down the road. But then, of course, we'll continue our collaboration, especially with DHS, but many other federal, state, and local partners. As I said, many conservation groups involved, EPA, many partners. So this certainly is a issue that extends well beyond our DNR experts. So with that, we can entertain any questions should you have them.
Thank you, Jasmine. Amy, thank you very much. Questions from the board?
Chair.
Doug, I thought you might have some questions. Go ahead.
Thanks. So the questions I have are related to I guess more to sources than they are to our responses. But in the Stella case, what was the source, or what is the source of that contamination, and how long do we expect that to persist in these areas? I mean, it's pretty broad number of lakes and an area that's contaminated.
Yeah, the DNR has not named a responsible party or source in Stella at this time. We're working with US EPA to support their site inspection work and continued assessment of the contamination. We also, in partnership with EPA, are doing expanded drinking water sampling throughout Oneida County at this time. And then in terms of Green Bay, as Jasmine mentioned, that's really complex and historical contamination and likely multiple sources.
Yeah, so I assume then if those sources that are suspected in Oneida County exist in other areas of the state, we're investigating those as well.
When we have not seen contamination at the levels that we've seen in town of Stella elsewhere, we will continue to use the sampling that we are able to do with required and efforts through our standards, through monitoring of of our wastewater, surface water, drinking water, and through voluntary efforts as well.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Robin?
Just a couple. You talked about in Green Bay that you were sampling to look at PCB levels. So you also then had an additional analysis run for PFAS. There's been a lot of emphasis on cleaning up PCBs in the Green Bay area. Are there advisories now for PCBs? Did the sampling show that there's a reduction of PCBs in those species because of the cleanups? Can you just touch on
There
that?
are still PCB advisories there. In most of the cases, the PFAS advisories are more restrictive. So it kind of cancels that one out, but unfortunately, there are still PCB related advisories as well. Although I do believe those levels have been decreasing. We do have, I think, Sean Strom, our toxicologist, is online. I'm not sure if he wants to answer that question or not, or if that's good enough for now, but
Kind of where my mind was going is you haven't done cleanups yet at Stella, and so I'm curious about the correlation between how long, once you have identified a responsible party and you go through all of the timelines of implementing some cleanup activities, at what point would you expect to start to see the levels decreasing in the fish and wildlife? So I was trying to see if there was some kind of a correlation there.
In terms of time for cleanup, that can take decades or centuries, to be very frank. I think in terms of how it shows up in fish and wildlife, that might be or if Sean can answer that, because there are ways that you can take interventions and then see a reduction in the contamination in fish and wildlife with PFAS, but I don't know that I could speak to that.
yeah, and I think there is a lot of variation because there is such a difference in how different species metabolize the chemicals. There's not a very well understood prediction of how those different tissues accumulate. So I don't think most of that science is there to know, but it's a longer range problem.
So then just a quick follow-up, because you indicate that you're not going to be doing additional sampling for the town of Stella. So these advisories will just go.
So let me clarify, I just meant this coming year, like immediate next steps.
Okay, thanks.
There certainly will be an issue I think there's going to be a lot to unpack after EPA finishes their site work, and it's very, very many programs involved. So I think first is going down that step, knowing if there is a remediation plan, and then we can think more about what the appropriate time interval might be in the future to retest deer or other wildlife.
That helps.
Yeah.
Other questions from the board? Comments? I have just a couple. You talked about the sampling in the town of Stella, deer and fish both. Is there any discussion about other harvestable species out there that the public might be exposed to PFAS? I'm thinking Stella's in the middle of bear hunting country, grouse hunting, people harvest and consume. Plants, wild rice on the waters there. What's the uptake mechanism in the food chain, and how does that spread, and what other species should we be thinking about sampling?
No direct plans right now, but we really have kind of been focusing on high risk areas and taking it kind of one issue as it's arisen at a time. I think certainly we're needing to look at that bigger picture and set some goals. So certainly there could be risks of other wildlife in that area. I think probably, from my understanding, the biggest kind of exposure source for wildlife would be that surface water, but certainly lower levels potentially in contaminated soil and plants. So I think, once we kind of figure out what's going on with our waterfowl in Green Bay, then that certainly is part on the forecast to make some decisions about what sort of wider sampling needs to happen, and should we do other species. So.
Resident ducks would be another one,
Yes.
based on what you've learned down in Green Bay. So good. I'm glad you're looking at this with kind of a wide scope and expanding the delineation of the area and the species affected and the potential impacts.
Yeah,
Thanks.
certainly, resources always are an issue. So we've had to prioritize as we've gone, what's the most important sampling at any endeavor. So
Yeah, sometimes we tongue in cheek talk about berry pickers all the time, or, other people that are out gathering mushrooms. There's a whole bunch of different things that people are interested in, and they could very well be, carriers of this PFAS contamination.
Lot to learn yet.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? Again, thank you, Jasmine. Thank you, Mimi. Very, very important topic. Okay, that moves us on to item number 7, Department Secretaries Matters, Retirement Recognitions.
Great. I get to recognize Randall Piede, who's from the Division of Environmental Management and Water Quality for 38 years. He's dedicated 37 years to the department, primarily with the Fisheries Research Unit in Oshkosh, focusing on warm water species and large river ecosystems. With a master's focus on the Chippewa River, Randall led major studies on lake sturgeon and flathead catfish in Wisconsin's river systems. He also helped develop the Index of Biotic Integrity for large rivers in Wisconsin. Over the span of his career, Randall conducted thousands of fish and mussel surveys statewide and later served as DNR's large river ecosystem expert. Randall was a skilled leader who developed specialized gear, mentored biologists, collaborated with the EPA, and supported FERC relicensing projects. As a 30-year member of the DNR dive team, he completed hundreds of dives statewide and became a go-to diver for complex missions. An avid outdoorsman, Randall enjoys bird hunting, fishing, woodworking, dog training, and paddling his handmade boats. His dedication and passion were evident throughout his career, and we sincerely appreciate his years of service and lasting contributions. So I request a motion to approve this recognition.
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Rachel. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Patty. Any discussion?
Chair,
Yes, Doug, go ahead.
yep, just a congrats to Randy there. I was fortunate enough in my own career to cross paths with him on some of the work out of Oshkosh that he did, and yeah, it just happy for him. Congratulations.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I was gonna comment, I was at a meeting last night where they referenced the Index of Biological Integrity, so we'll live on through the work and contributions, so thank you.
Great. Any other comments? Okay, hearing none. We have a, do we have a resolution to recognize?
Motion.
We need,
We had a motion.
We have a
I
motion.
mean, excuse me, a motion, yes. So we have a motion on the table here. It's been a long meeting. Busy. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Great. 7B is on real estate transactions. Are there any questions on the real estate transactions? Okay. And I'm just going to give a few remarks. Just one, just wanted to thank the teams for their info items. I feel like there's a lot of engagement and a lot of interest, especially on the PFAS and lead issues. When I look back on my experience here, I think one of the most surprising things is how much we do on the public health front as the DNR as well. We're both the DNR, but also like a strong partnership with the DHS. I've been able to speak to Secretary Johnson, the head of the DHS here, very frequently on the collaboration we have. It's really strong and really in service to making sure that the public is healthy, even through our own mission areas, including keeping our air and water clean and making sure that people are consuming fish and wildlife that's healthy and safe. So I'm just remarking that that's a really important part of the work that we do in collaboration across state agencies. And the second thing I'll just say is that I don't think I could speak better than Deputy Secretary Little on the Fish and Wildlife account and how pleased we are with the results there. And I can sense the confidence in this room and hopefully in the public about how well we're stewarding resources and how willing we are to engage in a solution around conservation funding for the agency. It's critically important to the long-term health of the agency. And it's really critically important right now. The only thing I would add to his remarks are just that with the uncertainty around the federal appropriations and how we are impacted by that as an agency, it's really important to get our house in order here in the state and support the work that we do as best we can as a state. And to that end, I just wanted to thank you guys again for helping us address some of those federal concerns by moving this meeting back to Madison for this meeting. And back to you, Bill.
Thank you. Brings us to board members' matters. Robin?
Okay, so I was going to just give a shout out. Monday night, I participated in a public engagement workshop that was spearheaded by an organization called One Mississippi and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and they looked at discussing priorities for the upper Mississippi River from both wildlife and fish habitat, flooding, recreation, navigation, and there are a lot of partners there. And DNR was very well represented. Brenda Kelly was there as the Mississippi River wildlife specialist and did an outstanding job. And 60% of North American birds use that Mississippi River as a migration route. There's 400 species of wildlife in the river, and there's 1.2 million square miles of watershed. It's the fourth largest watershed. So it's great to see that there's, I think, over 70 organizations that have come forth with this One Mississippi effort. So hopefully there will be continued momentum at making sure that that's a vital part of our ecosystem. I also wanted to mention and recognize the media release that I saw recently that the Cherish Wisconsin Endowment Fund hit $3 million. And I thought it was interesting that for every $1 million in that endowment, $50,000 is distributed for land stewardship every year. So I'm really grateful for everyone who's contributed to that and hope people continue to see the value of that. And then lastly, just a message to all of our hunters out there. We've seen a lot of duck hunting activity in our backyard, so please be safe out there. Wear your appropriate clothing and manage your weapons carefully, and hopefully we'll have a very successful and safe hunt. And thanks to the wardens for the work they do to promote that.
Thank you, Robin. And your comment about the Mississippi River, that's been an area of interest to the board over the last couple of years. We've been close with some of our meetings, but we've never really focused on that. And I would say that's something for the entire board to think about as we look ahead to meetings in the next year. An opportunity to get out there physically, hopefully, but maybe a more comprehensive agenda to focus on that as a unique resource.
There are cruise ships that now come up the Mississippi, so perhaps we could take. Should be cheap.
That would be an interesting way to take our meeting out of Madison. As long as we can get back to home port. Okay, thank you. Rachel?
I guess I was just reflecting on my drive down that it was a year ago today that I got the call about the appointment and if I'd be interested and have the time to take it on. And at that time, my response was quickly, the intersection of agriculture and our natural resources is where my passion is. People find time where their passion is. So in this year of being on the board, I've just learned so much. So not necessarily that intersection of agriculture and natural resources, but all the other ways that the department engages. And so anytime anyone's asked me, I said, well, it's like being in college again, where you learn so much about things that you wouldn't otherwise be exposed to. So just really appreciating my time on the board and patience with everyone. A board is effective through that experience and learning the process and the people, and other people have referenced, the scope of things that we covered, but it's also allowed me the opportunity to engage in conversations and attend meetings that I otherwise wouldn't have had that opportunity or been inspired to. So really appreciate the learning and the meeting. So much so, I said I've been really inspired to check out all these state natural areas. So I was sharing that I did a 300+ mile road trip on Sunday just to see as much of our Wisconsin waters and natural resources and natural areas as possible. So it was a really fun adventure, and I just want to encourage other people just to look for those natural areas on the map and drive there. But I've also gone to different local meetings, and a couple of ones where, looking back at the calendar, was the Wisconsin Waterfowl Association. Had an invite to their youth expo and just really admired the number of people that work through mentorship. And so just, even if your family doesn't come from a hunting background, know that there's people out there If your kids are interested at all, there's a lot of organizations to reach out to, and they will take your kid out for you. If they're interested, you don't have the time or not not something you grew up with, just to utilize those resources. I also went to a meeting last night with the Manawa Dam that had presentations from 4 different department staff, with, kind of the status of the different fish species, as well as kind of the ecological impact of, that dam going out. And they kind of all said this is a unique opportunity because we get to study something that doesn't usually happen. But I was really impressed with, kind of the information that they were able to provide, how they kind of stepped into this opportunity to get what information they could with our limited resources or with their limited resources. And they really presented it in a factual, unbiased way, which was really good. And just again, all the work, and it was repeated there that, the limitations of staffing, and also these were from people participating that have, fished this river in a long time, and just kind of how the change over the last, 15, 20 years is, they feel for the department staff and can genuinely see like how much more work could be done, but how they're limited. And they talked about needing, the number of people fishing those rivers has gone down, but with a lot of different caveats. So it was really an interesting discussion. But yeah, it referenced that index of biological integrity, and I had it in my notes yesterday. So that's kind of my thanks and wishes to go out and explore, and want to thank everyone that does go to these local meetings and work with their local groups for conservation. That conservation happens through collaboration. I did have a request kind of for an informational item possibly. It was from a DNR post on August 30th. I had to look it up, about management of grasslands, and it was about big blue stem in native remnant prairies versus established. And then through the comments, they talked about the differences of importance on management for grassland bird habitat. That those grassland birds won't actually nest in that taller blue stem. So kind of went through a bigger conversation about, the impact of our management on DNR grasslands, which also brought up to me about utilizing grazing and integrating livestock versus mowing or burning. And just if we, kind of just to educate other board members as well as any public members about, that impact of management on our grasslands, and if we've got any information of the species or the habitat response to that. I'll end it here.
Well, thank you, Rachel, and congratulations on your 1-year
Yeah.
anniversary with
Well-
us, and thank you for sharing your.
It's only 11 months. I gotta
Some
make
of
it to the next meeting, I think, for 1 full year, but.
Some of your time and energy with us. Appreciate it. You're very welcome. Okay, Doug?
Thanks, Chair, and congratulations, Rachel, on your year. Glad you're still here. So I always like to thank our staff, the DNR staff and the upper management folks that work so hard, getting everything done that we get the pleasure of seeing and hearing about during our meetings. So thanks for that. Kind of leads me to, and I don't want to be too repetitive. I know we talked a lot about PFAS and contaminants today already, but I did have it in my notes. And again, the importance of concerns over subsistence populations in our tribes and other groups that harvest for subsistence, because they're out there, even beyond tribes, and these things are emerging. I mean, PFAS, lead, PCBs. I mean, they're all concerns. So those things that I think we really need to pay attention to the impacts on these subsistence communities. And you mentioned some of them earlier too, Chair, and I'll reiterate those. Wild rice. Are we looking at PFAS in rice? Are we looking at plants, because our subsistence folks using plants for medicines, they rely on them for their health. So you know, they're out there and we just cannot forget them when we're working on these issues and the impacts of them. The other one was on the waterfall notice that came out for Green Bay on the advisory, and I'd asked about it. And Eric did respond, so I appreciate that, Eric. I know we got to close the loop on that, so I did get some response and had a exchange of communications with Eric on that. So we'll close the loop on that one because we still have some concerns here about inland reaches from the bay on migratory waterfowl and PFAS. So those are concerns. My last thing is related to my other hat that I wear for the governor. I'm on the Invasive Species Council for the state, and I can't help but wonder out loud, you know, on all our wake boat surfing that has continued to come, and the folks up north, Carol and Jeff and you know Jim's work that he continues to do that maybe there's a spot on the council for some of these folks to come there and present and bring some of their information to the Invasive Species Council on concerns on the invasive species side of wake boats that we may be able to tackle on that side. If they haven't already, I won't remember any of them coming there with it, but it's just a thought and something to keep in mind. And that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Doug. Deb?
Thank you, Chair. On some reflections of this meeting specifically, I want to underscore the incredible generosity we have in this state. And you add up the 890,000 plus donations that came in 1 month. Wake boats, as Doug was talking about, we appear to have a legislative vacuum in this state on many issues that I hope can be remedied. And to Rachel's point about these meetings, I mean, I thought there wasn't another topic that would be brought up ever that would have 40 pages in this. And this was on water pumps and wells and treatment. I'm like, oh, you know, read this stuff, you know. Personally, the lead paint thing, I have a question we talk often a lot about Milwaukee public schools, but I cannot believe that there aren't rural schools that have lead paint in them as well. And all kinds of communities in between. And then finally, I've talked about this before, but Katie Pradle from the DNR was very helpful to me when we're getting a lot of questions because in about a week or so, they're going to be digging ground for the Vantage data center, North America's largest, you know, data center in the world, in which, in order to just set it up, it's going to be 1.2 million gigabytes of data per day just to get it running. And Katie was helpful because what's happened there beyond just the digging of this humongous place, and the 1.2 million gallons of water per day that will be used is, you know, some of the smaller communities. Port Washington is not a large community; it's about 12,000 people, but there has to be power lines that are going to go to Port Washington from the West Bend area, so from Washington County across to Ozaukee County. And she was very helpful talking to me about what the PSC, the two different lines that they're talking about, one that's pretty well established, but then the new ones that they're talking about that would go through wetlands and preserves. And these little communities like Fredonia and Saukville are writing resolutions trying to stop it, and they're not going to be able to stop this. And I really hope that and I know the DNR is fabulous in this, but we don't know what's next. I mean, it's going to be 3,000 people working in this community to create this structure, and then once it's established, maybe 50 people will be working there. You know, so what is the impact of on electricity around the community, water around the community, water statewide, groundwater, et cetera, et cetera. So this is an issue that I would like us to continue to really do the best we can to protect the citizens that are impacted by it and the environment. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deb. Jeff?
Thanks, Chair. Well, I have to say, I'm very excited about the audit results. I mean, a number of the groups that are looking at alternative funding sources or, increases in stamps and, other alternatives are really, we're looking for a positive audit and they've got it. I feel Stephen's pain on that negative feedback. I mean, I think there are always going to be those, you're going to get that, but, I do think we've got the information now to move forward and I contacted Cody Komorowski after the last meeting and said that I wanted to be part of that group when they start looking at alternative funding and was very excited about that and had some ideas. So I will continue to work towards that effort. Kim Zucke is with the Cooley National Deer Association. He did a nice article in the last Outdoor News about all the things, the complications about trying to get more this increase of this large herd of deer and the process to get it to more pantries and things like that. And so I'm continuing to trying to fill some of the gaps. A number of groups are looking at this. Our state is also doing a very good job of looking at other states and trying to resolve this. It's a great opportunity. You've got a surplus of deer, and I stopped by a meat locker yesterday, and the deer donations that come into that locker, he said goes to 4 food pantries. He said, if I had 5,000 deer, they would take it. And so it's a match made in heaven kind of a thing, but it's got a lot of complications to make it all work. So I even contacted my insurance agency and said, I've made $25,000 in claims in the last 2 years on deer. What about a corporate foundation grant to help, fill in some of the gaps and try to make this process. So I'm trying to see what we can do about that. Lastly, I don't know where to go with this, but I think it would be really a missed opportunity if we couldn't look a little bit more at our state properties to promote lead-free zones, a lead-free zone on the public property. I totally get the voluntary approach that the state is taking now with private properties and saying, you can't, you still choose whatever you want. But if you're going to hunt public property for the benefit of the wildlife, the benefit of your own health, and future generations, we should be leading by example and saying our property should be lead free. I think the ammunition is there that to effectively harvest, with lead free. I know it's an increase in cost, but I'm a hunter and I pay $10 an arrow for, shooting deer, and I think we should look at making our properties lead free as best we can. And I think, people, when you go to hunt a DNR property, you first look at the rules of coming onto that property. And so this would be another way to educate the public that there's effective ammunition out there for you to harvest game. And you may want to consider this on your own private property too. I can't totally speak to whether this is going to eliminate people from harvesting game on our public property. I mean, I think that might be part of what we look at. When MEP spinners increase, every year for trout fishing, I mean, yeah, I don't like it, but is that I'm just gonna make it more of a priority to and cut back someplace else. So, but I would like to see us, look at that, it sounds like we have some discussion going on that, but I don't think it's totally related to our or to our public properties, our state-owned properties. And I think there's be a missed opportunity if we didn't work that way.
Certainly interested in reducing risk from lead. It's obvious that the community's been on a very gradual transition here and made progress, voluntary progress over the years. It's probably going to continue that way for a while. But that's an aspect of it that, deserves to be in the discussion.
Right. I mean, I've worked with voluntary programs all my life, you know, on conservation, and I just think we've got an opportunity to lead here with our state properties, our public properties that, you know, that we might be missing with just promoting the non-free lead on both private and public. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Patty?
I'll make it short, maybe. First, I want to thank Ashley for setting up a meeting with Jill to talk about a local drawdown that was potentially causing some controversy in our area, and I feel much better equipped to have to listen to folks, and I'm very appreciative. So thank you for setting that up. The article in the DNR magazine about the Edmund Fitzgerald was phenomenal. I gave it to my grandchildren to read, along with a link to Gordon Lightfoot's song and that, because it's so cool. I think today's meeting really talks a lot about actions of today and how it impacts tomorrow. You know, when we talk about a heritage of fishing and hunting, there wasn't PFAS, there wasn't water contamination, there wasn't these things. And now this is on everybody's mind now. And, you know, imagine a day in Wisconsin when the advisory out is don't eat any deer, don't eat any fish, don't do any of this because of decisions that were made by people from the past. Now we look at what's going on with data centers and all that. How is that going to impact our natural resources in the future? So I think being mindful and really the things that come across this board, I mean, it's just as amazing to me, the things that you learn. But really when it comes to DNR, the DNR is always picking up the pieces of the actions of the past and trying to, you know, at least mitigate and try to stifle a little bit of the harm that's being done. And maybe if the decision makers would think about that when they're making the decisions, we wouldn't constantly be trying to be corrective, and we're always reactive and not proactive in what is coming across our desk. We see what's going on with wake boating. The facts are all there. It's there, and this is a man-made crisis. We see what's going on with the water and everything that's going to be used at data centers. We know what's coming. We know that all the human beings have PFAS. Why wouldn't we then assume that all the animals have it too, that it's in their system? So we know these things. And by not actually addressing what is going on and what we're introducing into our natural resources, instead of pointing fingers on who's at fault as who's doing what, maybe we should really point fingers back and say, well, maybe you need to look at what's going on, because these man-made problems are only increasing. And if we don't really do something, I see a day that, you know, the heritage and foundation of our state is going to be, what were they thinking when they did this? Because we can't do these things anymore. So I'm going to hop off my perch now. That's all.
It wasn't exactly short, but very thoughtful. Too much time on fixing problems and not enough on prevention.
Exactly.
Thank you, Patty. I'm just going to say the next board meeting is scheduled for October 28th in Madison. And I thank everybody for their contributions and attendance to a very vigorous board meeting and some very important discussions today. And with that, I'd ask for a motion to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn this meeting.
Rachel moves adjournment. Do we have a second?
Second.
I hear them all over. I think that. Okay, any comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries. We're adjourned.
Fun one. Yeah. Yeah. Great. I mean.